are here and also online to introduce themselves. Thank you. District 1, Supervisor.
Yes, thank you and good afternoon all. It's great to see everybody. Thank you for being here at our board meeting. And for those on virtually, thank you for being with us. My name is Patrice Horseman. I am the supervisor for District Number 1.
District number 2.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Jeronimo Vasquez, Supervisor for District 2 and current chair. I apologize for not being in person. I'm in Washington, D.C. right now, but I will be part of the meeting. Thank you.
District 3, Supervisor Hess.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm excited to be here. We'll have a good day of long board meeting and good to hear a lot of good information. My name's Adam Hess. I'm the supervisor for District 3.
Good afternoon. My name is Judy Begay. I'm the District 4 Supervisor and current Vice Chair. Thank you for being here with us today. District 5.
Chair Begay, Supervisor Fowler is going to be running a little bit late. She's got a flat tire.
Okay, thank you. We are going to be going to have discussions this afternoon for the presentation discussion regarding fiscal year 2025 budget planning, including presentations from the Justice Courts, Legal Defender's Office, Sheriff, and Jail District Departments. Finance.
Madam Chair, I will go ahead and just make a couple of introductory comments. Welcome the departments that they're going to be presenting today. As we have experienced in the last few weeks, the departments and elected offices have been coming to the board to present an overview of the department, kind of the trends, the outlook, some of the things that they're seeing from their vantage point with regard to the work that they do for the community. We will be having a second part of our conversation held later in April through a series of budget retreats with the board, where we will go deeper into the financial statements and the increment requests. And so again, we certainly want to thank those individuals and elected offices that have presented so far. We've gotten some very good feedback on the material and the information, and appreciate the departments and elected offices coming before you all to give you the big picture, if you will. And then, as I said, when we get into the budget retreat, we'll take a deeper dive in that. So today you will have the Justice Courts kicking off. Court Administrator Sharon Yates is going to introduce the group here. Then followed by the Legal Defender, Eric Arlington, will be presenting. And then the Sheriff's Jail and Sheriff Driscoll will be presenting this information. And that's occurring today. And then next week, we will have the Clerk of the Court, Public Defender, Constable, Public Fiduciary, County Attorney, Adult Probation, and Juvenile Court. And next will be the wrap up of the presentations to the board. But for today, as I indicated, we'll be starting off the presentations with Justice Court. And so I will turn this mic over to them and we'll tee up the presentation.
There are time limits to this presentation. We just like to ask that everyone adheres to those times. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the board, and county management. My name is Sharon Yates. I serve as the Superior Court Administrator. I have the pleasure of introducing our Deputy Court Administrator, Shelley Bacon, whose most of her job responsibilities include overseeing the justice courts, but not only the justice courts, we do have limited duties over our municipal courts. Before I turn over to Shelley, I just want to acknowledge all her work she's done. We've had some things that we had to work through with Page Justice Court in the last couple years, and then also our Sedona Municipal Court. So I want to acknowledge her and thank her for all her hard work on those two courts, but I will turn it over to Shelley.
Thank you, Sharon. Appreciate that. Good afternoon, Vice Chair Begay and members of the board. I want to just take a moment to thank you for allowing us to present to you our budget, so to speak, and just I really want to say how thankful I am that we get to focus kind of on the positive instead of just numbers during this process. I think it's important that although our story is not easy to tell, that we get an opportunity to kind of share some of the good work that the courts are doing. I wanted to let you all know that Judge Rodriguez sends her regrets. She did have a prior engagement that she's not able to attend here in person or even online, but we do have Anthony Munoz. He's our new court manager. We are so thankful for him because he's done an amazing job in the few months that he's been there. He will be presenting a couple of the slides for the Page Justice Court. So I just want to let you all know Judge Rodriguez sends her best and regrets for not being able to be here. Judge Cutchin is online as well. She is our Fredonia Justice of the Peace, and I don't know that you can see her, but I can see her. So we are thankful that she could attend virtually for us. She'll also be presenting on her court. Judge Grodman currently is in hearings, and so we are going to have to kind of switch up our program a little bit. Our slides will be a bit out of order just until he gets here and is able to present to you as well. But his, 5 minutes. Oh, do you think I can talk for 5 minutes? I don't know. So Crystal Salas is here. She is his court manager, so she's here to support and find out how this process goes. We're thankful for Crystal as well. She's done a great job in the Flagstaff Justice Court after Judge Rodriguez was appointed as the Page Justice of the Peace. I also want to introduce Shay Sims. Shay's our division manager. He's here for support as well. I told him try to keep it down. It's not an easy task for him. Of course, Jan Cody's our budget person, financial. What is your title again? Thank you, senior manager. But she's in charge of all of the Superior Court's budget and financial information. But she's a huge help to me as well. So I thank her for being here. Judge Crombie, our Williams Justice of the Peace, is here. Jennifer Cox, she is his new court manager. As you know, Jennifer Carter left last summer after spending a good portion of her career at the Williams Justice Court. They picked a great replacement for her. Hi, Judge Grodman. Perfect timing. I don't think I talked for 5 minutes. And then we have, of course, our presiding judge, Judge Reed, who is here to support the courts, and he has oversight over all of them. So we're thankful for him. Judge Grodman is here. So we just want to thank him for being here as well. So I'll get going on our slideshow. This is the mission, vision, and core values for all of the courts. It will look familiar to you as it's part of the court strategic plan. You'll also see it again at the Superior Court's presentation, and we just wanted to share it with you to let you all know we're all on the same page as far as our vision and our core values and our mission statement. As I mentioned earlier, the courts as a whole, and this is not just our courts, but as a whole across the country, have not done a very good job at promoting ourselves. And so it's, as I said, it's difficult to do that because we are basically handed work and we just process those cases. So we're really going to try to focus on the positive in the future and make sure that we are able to sort of share our story and the justice that we provide and the customer service that we provide, and some of the great things that we have on the horizon as far as promoting and community outreach. So let's see. I did not pay attention. I got it. Thank you. I'm sorry. Excuse me. I have a lasting cold that is not disappearing. So I apologize if I'm coughing. Just a little bit, the justice courts are presented kind of as one department, but it really is 4 different departments with 4 different elected officials. We have the Flagstaff Justice Court, of course, here locally. We have the Fredonia Justice Court, the Page Justice Court, as well as the Williams Justice Court. A little interesting fact is Fredonia and Williams, they also handle, the Williams staff handles the municipal court. There is a municipal court judge for Williams, but their staff handles the municipal court cases through an intergovernmental agreement. We also have an intergovernmental agreement with Fredonia Justice Court, and we handle the town cases there as well. Judge Cutchin handles all of those, and the staff processes those cases. So just a little unique information about them. Just so you know, in case you don't, I know most of the, but we do have a new board member. So the justice courts are courts where they handle civil lawsuits as long as they the disputed amount is less than $10,000. They handle landlord-tenant disputes, small claims cases less than $3,500, as well as civil and criminal traffic offenses, including DUIs. Our justices of the peace also handle the very start of felony cases before they head to Superior Court. I believe that's somewhat unique here in Coconino County. I don't believe other counties have their justices of the peace handle felony cases at the start. So they are elected officials, and they are representative of their communities, and they care deeply about their constituents. They do have a role of being a public servant, and they do take access to government or access to court very seriously while trying to, provide the best service that they can to their customers or parties that come to the court. So I wanted to take a minute. We've heard numerous times that the state doesn't provide funding. I know that they don't provide enough funding. I'm well aware of that, but I did want to take a moment to share with you what they have provided for us. They do provide a reimbursement for the Justice of the Peace wages. It is not the full salary of what the Justices of the Peace make, but they do provide reimbursement to the counties for that. So our total in FY23 that was reimbursed for wages was $124,528. The Fredonia Justice Court also received a court security grant through the Administrative Office of the Court for FY23, and that was to replace the card key locking system up there. So they had to buy a server to handle that, and then they also had to install the hardware. And so they did receive a grant for that in the amount of $51,184. So the total the state provided that I could find anyway, there may be other funds out there, was $175,712. Also, I didn't include this in the total, but the Administrative Office of the Court actually gifted the Page Justice Court a used x-ray machine. They did not have one. They had a magnetometer where people walk through and are able to be screened, but this x-ray machine adds another level of layer of screening by screening bags that are coming into the court. So to purchase one of those new, it could cost anywhere between $50,000 and $100,000. $100,000. So we were thankful for that. Judge Rodriguez would be very proud because I guess the security department at the AOC sent out an email, and she was like the first one to respond. And she got on it quickly because she was excited about that. So our next couple slides, I'm going to introduce Judge Gradman. We will talk, there's 2 slides for the Flagstaff Justice Court. This first one, of course, is their org chart, but I will turn it over to Judge Gradman and he can speak to these. You ready? Yes. I sent that to you.
No, I haven't opened the slides.
Well, this is just your, here. I have
Here,
them here.
show me the slides, please. Nice to meet you, Supervisor Hess. I was going to talk about something completely
Well,
different.
but this is your time to shine. So this first one
Okay,
is the org chart, and then this is the accomplishments and the highlights.
all right.
Here's the quick.
All right, I'm learning that 95% of our customers agreed that they were treated with courtesy and respect, and that's wonderful since theoretically half the people who come to court lose. We got ARPA funding for a halftime Justice of the Peace Pro Tem, and that's worked out wonderfully and cleared up our backlog.
We're going to lose that funding in the end of this year, and life will go on. On this slide, that what I was going to talk about was our mental health court that we have in the Flagstaff Justice Court. Superior Court, you probably have heard, I don't know if you've had your meeting with Superior Court, but you probably know that Superior Court has a mental health court for felony probationers. And that was in the Justice Court for about 11 years. And it wound down and was relaunched in the Superior Court. And at that point, we in the Justice Court launched a diversion, it's really a deferred prosecution mental health court for lower level felony offenders. That's who we target. And I wanted to tell you about one of them who entered our program in last June. And he was charged with aggravated assault on law enforcement, which is a felony. If you hold a certain status, if you're a teacher or a healthcare practitioner or an officer or other people, other categories, it becomes a felony to assault those people. And that's among the most common of the charges that seriously mentally ill defendants are charged with. I don't know if there have been studies on why that is, but it just turns out to be. Anyway, he has been a model participant. They come every 2 weeks. And when he, prior to him being charged, he was employed as a peer support at the Guidance Center in the Psychiatric Acute Care Unit, doing one-on-one peer support with inmates who were inpatient. And he lost his fingerprint clearance card on account of the felony charges. And so he worked through the appeal process, through the administrative law process, to challenge losing his fingerprint card and trying to get it back. And he had the help of the public defender to help him editorial-wise, helped him work on his paperwork to the administrative law judge. And he had me to reflect in a minute entry how he was a perfect participant and fulfilling all of his obligations in our mental health court program, including getting remedicated, getting a medication adjustment. His primary diagnosis was severe depression, and he had a medication adjustment, and he's less depressed. He also started getting involved because we guided him to Hope Lives, a peer support agency on 4th Street, and he goes there regularly. He's become a role model there regularly. He ultimately got his fingerprint clearance card back, and he got reemployed with the Guidance Center. So he's, an employed citizen. And the county attorney had the insight or foresight that it would be better, rather than convicting him, to try to get him on a better path of good mental health, and have him remain a productive citizen in Coconino County. So he's going to graduate in June. The reason I was late is because my mental health court is every other Tuesday afternoon, and I was planning on graduating somebody today, and unfortunately there were suggestions that he might be using drugs, so I ordered a drug test rather than graduate him. And but he's an example of how this mental health court saves the county money, because when he got charged with his charges, and I think there were drug charges, when he got charged, he was evaluated, Rule 11 evaluation, on his competency to stand trial. And psychiatrist felt that He was incompetent presently, but could be restored to competency. That's a $50,000 to $75,000 bill on the county on average to restore somebody to competency. And rather than go that route, the county attorney gave him a deferred prosecution into my mental health court program. So we're saving money and we're trying to make good, productive citizens in this community. And if you have any questions, I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you. Are any questions from the board?
I'll probably save mine to the end just so that we.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge Godman. So next I would like to ask Judge Cutchin. I believe she's online and is able to present. She'll be presenting the next two. I'll go ahead and move the.
Hi, can you all hear me? All right, very good. Well, thank you, members of the board and those who are in attendance. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you for a couple of minutes. As you can see by our organizational chart, the Fredonia Justice Court is small. We have a staff of myself plus 3 clerks. I would say we're small but mighty. We have a very competent staff. We also have a judge pro tem that helps us out. As Shelley indicated, Shelley indicated, we do have an IGA with the town of Fredonia for services there. So our court staff does cover the municipal court as well, handling their cases. I don't know if you want to move to the next slide, Shelley.
Sure. Well, maybe. There we go.
One of the things that we've really focused on as we've had increased filings, we've seen increased filings in both courts. And due to that increased filing, we've really focused on maintaining excellent customer service. We've really worked hard to maintain our time standards, and I think we've done a really good job of doing that. Some of the things we attribute our increase in filings to is finally having DPS fully staffed. It's the first time they've been fully staffed since I was elected 5 years ago, and then our Fredonia Police Department has also doubled in size. So we have dealt with a large increase in filings. Also, due to our rural nature, sometimes it's a little bit more difficult to find ways to have outreach programs. So one thing we've really focused on is working with our local schools. And we've done a few different things, and you'll see some examples of some of the thank you letters we've received. But we have invited all the teachers to have their classes come through and do field trips. And we usually have a few of those every year. And then a couple of the clerks and myself also go into the elementary school and read to the kids and help out as needed. And we do those a couple times a year, probably at least once a quarter we go in. I have a relationship with the 2nd grade classroom. And so when they need help with testing, I go in and help some of the kids with projects while the teacher's doing testing. And then we've also gone into the middle school and high school and done just a justice presentation. And we're working with the government teacher to schedule mock trials. So that's something that we've really worked on, is increasing our presence in the community through reaching out to the schools and educating our children on exactly what the courts offer for them and how they apply to their lives. So those are some of the things we focused on here in Fredonia.
Thank you, Judge Cutchin. Next, I'm going to ask Anthony if he can come online here and present the next couple slides.
Thank you, Shelley. Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Anthony Muniz. I started in November of 2023, so I am relatively new. So as you can see, our organizational chart starts with Maya Rodriguez. We do have 2 pro tem judges, Kevin Anderson and Michelle Muscat. They're wonderful. They also help out with the Page City Court as well. We are fully staffed, where we could see where we have 5 clerks, with Aaron Klaus being our most recent, and he joined us from the county sheriff's office, so we're glad to have him. Next slide, Shelley. Some of the accomplishments for the court, we've successfully have drug court. We currently have 4 participants, and we had a graduation in November of 2023. Some of the building and staffing improvements we had, like I said, we're fully staffed after 7 months of some vacancies. Shelley and Judge Rodriguez hired me in November, and I'm glad to be on board with the court. Judge Rodriguez received some new office furniture, and it's very neat. It actually looks like a judge's desk in her office, so that's pretty cool. We do have plans for a new build out, which will enclose the courtyard of the court. It's going to be a multi-use room for public defenders to use, to sit with defendants if needed. We can have staff meetings in there. So it'll be a good upgrade to our building. We've also worked on clearing up some of our file and record area, which is also the old jail cells. So we've been trying to clean that up and get that old files removed and cleaned and out of the way. And then some of the other community outreach we have, Judge Rodriguez will be traveling by road court to Kaibato to the chapter house, which is a huge success for some of our defendants that may live on the reservation and are not able to come to Page. The city court, Page City Court and Judge Rodriguez are coordinating a school presentation for a law day, and that should take place sometime in June. And then in addition, we've had some volunteer opportunities. If you can go to the next slide, Shelley, if you don't mind. As you can see, we've got some graffiti that has been carved into our beautiful red rocks that we like to volunteer and help clean that up. We spent some time on Martin Luther King Day. It looks pretty tedious, but it's actually pretty easy once you get a wire brush and start scrubbing into the rock. Like I said, the road court and then also the file room cleanup. Actually, we took the time to review some of our files just to ensure that they can be properly destroyed per our record detention policy.
Thank you,
Thank you for your
Anthony.
time. Thank
Yes,
you.
thank you. Appreciate it. They're doing some great stuff up there, and we would like to thank the board because they did contribute to the multi-use room construction. It's just taken a bit. The Page facilities department is actually running that project, and so we, haven't had a whole lot of say when they start. So I do know it's underway, and so we do want to thank you for contributing to that this fiscal year. Judge Crombeen.
Thank you, Shelley, and Chair Vasquez and Vice Chair Begay and members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity and just having the time and ability to hear us. We appreciate that. And you've got our organizational chart in front of you there. What I want to highlight about our organizational chart, as Shelley mentioned earlier, we have an intergovernmental agreement with the City of Williams to provide the staffing for the city court in our courthouse. And I think this accomplishes several things. We have seamless service between our two courts. Not only because we provide that staffing, but also because our court management has deemed many years ago to cross-train all of our employees to provide those basic services within the court. And so all of our staff, from those up front to the manager, actually fulfill those roles of customer service, from answering phones to helping customers at the front window. So we have consistent customer service throughout the ranks, so to speak. And when Bill Sutton retired as the judge at our court about 13 years ago, he had instructed our court manager at the time, Jennifer Carter, to take it to the next level. And not only did she do so, but when she planned her retirement 2 years ago, we knew that this was going to be a succession plan for court management at our court. And our management selection team ended up promoting Jennifer Cox, standing next to me here, about 8 months ago. And I can tell you she has filled those shoes very well when we ask her to take it to even yet the next level. Also appreciate Supervisor Hess coming over. We had a meet and greet with him. And I think we have another date planned here soon. So look forward to connecting with Supervisor Hess and get him kind of integrated into our precinct as well as the district, which coincides quite well. As far as our successes or a story I want to share, if we could advance the next slide, we've provided some examples, but I really want our manager, Jennifer Cox, to provide a story that I think is more personal and kind of shows the level of, when I talk about customer service, really she's taken it to the next level with customer care. Let me have her explain, please.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me today. So in the Williams Justice Court, we have changed from customer service to the term customer care. And this is an individual that we had the honor of helping for most of 2023, about 8 months. And let me take you back to a day where we were still working our telephones from home a bit. And so I actually took this gentleman's first phone call, and it was a day where he was extremely irate. And I used a lot of the terms from Judge Crombie's verbal judo class. Actually, he taught one yesterday in carrying on this conversation that lasted about 45 minutes long. And I heard every term and bad word under the sun. But, you know, he was very upset, and weekly, 2-3 times a week, he would call and speak to me. And I kept telling him, we are going to get you through this. And ultimately, in the end, his case happened to be dismissed by the county attorney's office. And the day that it was dismissed, he happened to call and he received me on the phone, and he apologized. And he said, you told me on the very first day you were going to help me through this. And you did just that. A few weeks later, I received a card in the mail with a $100 bill in it, actually 250s. So I went in and I showed the judge and I said, this is what I'm planning to do. So I wrote a really nice letter thanking him for sending the money, but we cannot accept gifts. And then come around Christmas time, a girl from the Safeway Bakery in Williams came over with a box of cookies. And she said somebody purchased these and sent them all the way from Florida to the court. So we shared them amongst the team and then put them in the lobby for any customers that came in. So he finally had his day to say thank you. And so that's just one thing. Along with the other events that we do in Williams and also in Tucson is our Law Day, which we're planning. We have the Williams event coming up next Thursday, along with the Tucson event the following week. So we're very thrilled about that. The Williams event, we have the local high school students come and actually do mock trials. So that's a lot of fun. And we serve them a barbecue lunch as well. We also are help out our veterans at the veteran stand down in Williams. And so that during that event, they can come in and meet many different organizations, but our help is just looking up cases, and we use public access to help them contact other courts actually across the state and help get the ball rolling on cases that they might not have been able to see. And then you'll see our card that we actually send out to our customers. And these cards go out to those cases that we've helped people for many years or who may have many cases. And at the completion of all of their cases, we mail out this card. We actually receive emails thanking us for those cards. We've also received thank you cards for our cards. And then it also just lets our customers, they feel more welcome to come in. I recently had he was actually in my class, one of my alumni from high school. He came in and the first words out of his mouth was, thank you for that card. And it made it easier for him to reapproach the court to ask for some copies of an old case file. And then you'll also see the number of marriage licenses that we issue. So that's a fun event. Many people come in sometimes thinking we're the city office or something, and we had somebody looking for directions and said, this is a court, can we get married? Yes. 5 minutes later, they were married. It was right at 4:55 when they walked in. So we got them a marriage license. So thank you for your time.
Chair Begay, I just want to note that Supervisor Fowler has joined us. She's on the meeting.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Supervisor Fowler. Judge Crombie here from the Williams Justice Court. And on behalf of all the justice courts, I want to discuss a bit about the issues and trends. And statewide filings have been going down fairly consistently for the last 10 years or so. And there's different reasons that are likely for this, to include law enforcement struggling to hire and retain new officers. We've seen certain parts of the state, particularly those with interstate or highway traffic, when the Department of Public Safety, for example, has different staffing levels that can dramatically impact the number of filings in the court. However, we are seeing an increase in certain types of filings, specifically certain types of civil filings, such as evictions, small claims. We discussed this at a recent meeting that it seems like, and we're still looking at the numbers as they come in, but that I want to say post-COVID, it seems like people aren't getting along even as well. And we're seeing social breakdown in neighborhoods. We're seeing an increase in injunctions, for example, and protective orders, where people come to the court to seek relief and help regarding difficult relationships they may have with their neighbors, for example. So we are definitely seeing some areas increase specifically in those areas. As far as our outlook for the future, we've continued to see improved accessibility. And, COVID was a big part of that, because many of us, including me, I'd never heard of Zoom just 5 years ago. And now it becomes a daily part of our experience. And during our unfortunate winter weather that we've been having, we've been able to still continue with proceedings that might have had to be canceled even in the last month or so because of weather and the hazards of highway travel, where we were able to allow those parties to appear virtually, so to speak, by Zoom and continue. So we also are looking at different ways that we can use technology to increase accessibility. For example, at the Williams Justice Court, we're exploring an idea where we might have, and I'm going to give you a hypothetical of what this might look like, a tablet at the front customer service window that may have different languages on it. For example, it's French, German, and if a French customer comes in, they could tap on the Francois tab and get a translator pulled up that connects with our employee inside. So we have better access to those services through technology. And we currently have increased technology in regards to translation services, for example, but we're looking at ways to even increase the personalization of that. Just like Zoom was a step up from telephonic appearances, we're looking at ways that we can improve that technology through other video, hybrid, and other means as well. And then looking at the additional outreach with community engagement, that was referenced just earlier in our presentation. And it's horribly unfortunate to know that nationally, the courts are at an all-time low as far as public trust. And I think what that means to us in Coconino County is that we can increase that trust at the local level. So when we connect with our communities, and you've seen numerous examples of how we do that, I think it's a great opportunity for the courts in Coconino County to be able to increase that public trust in a time where nationally that trust is on decline. And we don't know that that trend will continue or not nationally. I'm afraid so. It might be the case, as has been the case with the other branches of government as well. But I do believe that in Coconino County, we can do something about that. In our local communities, we have the ability to impact the public perception based on the connections and the relationships that we develop. And then again, finally, just the courts demonstrating flexibility by accommodating access issues. We've developed plans in each of our justice court for which types of cases, proceedings we can set up virtually, again, allowing access to people that we, quite frankly, didn't have the ability to give access to even just 4 or 5 years ago. And then reviewing those practices so that we can continue to improve those services into the future. One of the things that I wanted to mention was that even with the trend on filings generally decreasing, having met with the other JPs across the county here recently, we've concurred that one of the steps we want to take this fiscal year is to increase the base fines of our fines across the board, except those, of course, that are mandated by statute, to keep up somewhat with cost of living adjustments and the costs of running the courts in Coconino County. So we're going to be making those changes this year. And so we look forward to, again, being very sensitive to the costs that our court impose on the public, the taxpayers, but as well as the defendants and those that are bringing those cases into the court. And I'll welcome your questions. I think that Supervisor Horstman was suggesting perhaps questions at the end. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge Crumbing. Just real quick, I know we are not going to take a deep, I just provided some statistical highlights for you. As you can see, this year's filings are pretty steady with the exception of Fredonia Justice Court. It looks like there's a pretty steep increase there. And I think that's probably attributed to what Judge Cutchin said earlier with DPS being fully staffed now. So we do have, an increase there. And then, of course, the clearance rates, they look pretty good. That's a total clearance rate for all cases. So I just wanted to highlight that for you too. And then the next slide is just our increment requests. We do have a total of 4, with only one having any impact to the general fund, and that is the Williams Justice Court request. We are requesting approximately $25,000 to cover the security officer salary, the court security officer salary that is currently being covered in a special revenue fund. So that is something that we hope that you'll consider when you're at your retreat. The other three are, we're looking for increases to a special revenue fund line items for us to be able to have the ability to purchase various items. I know that Flagstaff Justice Court is looking at maybe reconfiguring their workspace for the clerks, and then just an operational increase, $4,700 for the increased cost in professional services. The Page Justice Court is also asking for $5,000 increase in special revenue fund for future hardware purchases as needed. And then finally, there's our beautiful courthouses all over the county. So that concludes, we're running a little early. I hope you don't mind, but that concludes our presentation, and we're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for the presentations. And it's always nice to hear, everyone's presentation, what their goals were and what they've accomplished. And then, at the end, they do request for dollars. So that's, something that we go through. But I just want to say thank you so much for all the presentation by the department. Are there any questions by the board?
I have a couple questions. Thanks, Chair, and thanks again to everybody for your presentation. And it's great to hear what, we know more of what's going on here in Flagstaff, but it's great to hear on what's going on in Williams and Fredonia and Page. So thank you for the update on that. I do have a couple questions, and more out of just kind of a breakdown. I know you've given us the caseload, cash flow. Yeah, that'd be nice.
That would be nice.
We all wish we had that. The case flow highlights. And are most of the numbers in the filings, are most of those traffic?
I did just total case filings when I ran the numbers. I didn't really look at the breakdown, but I would say the majority probably are traffic, criminal traffic tickets, or civil traffic. They could be civil traffic as well.
It would be helpful because we know that the traffic cases are very different than, for example, the injunctions and protective orders. So it would be very interesting to get a breakdown on the numbers we're talking about.
You bet. I have no problem.
Thanks. And do all of the courts have the drug courts?
No, they do not. Page is the only court that has a drug court, or it's called drug court. And then the Superior Court, of course, has the recovery court program. So yeah, the justice courts don't all have them, no.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Sure.
And is that special funding then that they get for their drug court?
There's actually, they do have an account. I believe that they get a portion of filing fees for drug court for InPage. Sharon, help. They do have monies that are set aside for the drug court that we utilize for the drug court, for drug tests or, expenses that are associated with the drug court there. Go ahead.
Supervisor Horstman, we do have a local fee of $15 per month that we can charge to the drug court participants to help with reimbursement for treatment costs. Of course, that doesn't cover all of the costs. And then we use special revenue funds, our court enhancement fund. And then they also use some of the Fill the Gap funds to fund that program.
So it's a decision by the judges in each of the justice courts, I assume, to participate or not. Is that correct? Or?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Supervisor Hess, do you have a question?
Yeah, just a couple of statements. I'm pretty brief. Thank you again for all the judges for coming here. I really appreciate your time and all your staff. I'm kind of in awe to be up here listening to all of you. It's something that I've kind of never really experienced being on this side of the table. So I appreciate you taking your time and coming to talk to me and us. I really want to just say, the thing that's very impressive is the customer care that you guys are all really pushing. And that's one of the things that I really am proud of in Coconino County is the fact that the courts are not just a place where they feel like they're going to be punished, but somewhere they can go to ask for care and help. And I think that's unique and that's very enlightening. And I think that's something that we need to push as far as, like you said, pushing your own, tooting your own horn. So I really appreciate that. And I think that's something we can definitely make sure that everyone's tracking. I know when I went over to Williams, that was the thing we talked about. Probably about 50% of it was the customer care and how you were trying to work it. And then when I was met with Judge Reed, we really talked about other ways of really saving the money and how you're working to make sure we're trying not to make criminals that are lifelong criminals and how you guys are really stepping to that. And so I've really been impressed with that being in this position. The clearance rates, wow, I wasn't expecting that. That's very impressive that you guys are really working that hard to make sure you're really working those numbers down. Nothing worse than kind of dragging that out. So that's really impressive. Probably the biggest thing, and we talked about it in Williams, was the interagency coordination, and how the pros and the cons of those. I really, as we talked about, it's really the pro is the people of Williams can come to one location. And correct me if I'm wrong, Judge. It seems like that really saves kind of the confusion. Where do I go? Which court is what? I really think that's a very good method. And I think that's how you keep it going smooth with the staff that you have. But it also seems like maybe we're doing the heavy lifting. And I just would like to see how, from your perspective, and we talked about that, Judge, it's not that much to your caseload, but I know Flagstaff, obviously, that would be a totally different scenario. So the interagencies, that's the one thing I'm just kind of curious of, and we can meet separate times, and I just kind of look at that as it's got its pros, it's got its cons, and how does that affect the budget? I guess it would be the only thing, and I think you kind of alluded to that too. So that's the only thing I have. I'd just say, man, keep it up. You guys are doing awesome. We've tried to talk and meet, and I really appreciate everyone taking their time. That's all I got. Thanks.
Supervisor Horstman?
Well, Fredonia's got over 100% clearance rate. It means everybody else is slacking, I think.
Okay, Supervisor Vasquez, do you have any questions?
No questions, just a comment. Just want to say thank you for the presentation. It's really impressive that our courts are able to go through and handle these different cases, caseload, and really encouraged about the mental health court and look forward to seeing future successes with those courts dealing with mental health issues rather than trying to make it all incarceration. So I really appreciate how our courts have taken that approach and just look forward to hearing continued conversations. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Vasquez. Supervisor Fowler?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah,
Hello?
we can hear you.
Thank you. First of all, I apologize I'm not there. I am currently in a tire shop right now, getting my tire fixed. I walked out and tire was completely flat. So anyway, I got part of the presentation, was able to hear part of the presentation at the very end. But I wanted to find out how many warrants do we have out there in the county?
That's a fabulous question that I do not have an answer to, but I can certainly get that to you.
Okay, that'd be really good. Maybe like by area, but I really appreciate all the judges and the staff. They do a really great job. I know working with the State Justice Court and Fredonia, they're very mindful of their communities and just the needs of the community. So that's it's really important that we, I think it's just so impressive of how all our courts work that way, not just Page and Fredonia, but I know each of the courts really know their community and adjust to their needs. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. I'm really glad that you're all here doing the presentation. And I really like the core values that you all have, being accessible, timely, fair, effective, accountable, and innovative. I think that really speaks loud and clear about the services that you provide out there. And, you know, it's going to be something that you're going to be excellent and, you know, just doing the job right and really plan all the way from planning to implementation and things like that. So I just want to say thank you for your presentation here and job well done. Thank you.
Thank you. It appears as if Judge Reed would like to speak. May he have a few moments to do that? Thank you.
I'll be very brief. I just want to thank Chair Vasquez and Vice Chair Begay and members of the Board of Supervisors for allowing our Justice Courts to present and share with you a little bit about what happens in Justice Court. To conclude, I want to bring you back to that first slide that we have in the PowerPoint presentation that reflects on our mission, our vision, and our core values. The reason for that is to imagine a pyramid, and the pyramid reflects the volume of the citizen contacts with the court and with the justice system. And the bottom of the pyramid, of course, is the largest, and that's the justice courts and the limited jurisdiction courts that we have in our county. This is where the vast majority of citizen contacts will occur with our justice system. And so that's where the majority of the work happens to effectuate our mission. And of course, we looked at the Supreme Court and we saw that their mission is equal justice under law, which is an admirable and important mission. We wanted to go a little deeper than that and say, what are we actually doing? What can we do for our community? And so our courts strive to actually make substantive improvements in the safety and wellness of our communities. So that's obviously a high endeavor that I think we seek to have our employees know and believe and come to work for. And we wanted to figure out, how do we do that? And so we determined that we would have metrics. We'd have metrics to make justice accessible, timely, fair, and effective under the law. And so I would propose that our justice courts, our city courts, have so much more contact with the people of our community that they're really the front line that's able to make that behavioral change. So to prevent folks from coming into Superior Court for felonies and then having to be further into the justice system. And so you'll see some figures at your upcoming meeting regarding juvenile court, and you'll see that same pyramid. You'll see how we're trying to prevent folks from entering at one level and penetrating further and further and further into the justice system. And so that's what our justice courts are doing. And you'll see from the presentation how they're doing that by providing accessible, fairly, timely, and effective justice. So thank you very much for all of your support and your good questions.
Supervisor Horstman?
Yes, and thank you, Judge, for that. And also, you're right, it's the People's Court. That's what we're talking about here. And you're also right, Supervisor Hess, the big point of all of this is to keep them out of the system, because once they are in the system, it's very difficult to get, quite frankly, on to being a productive member of our community. So I know that's one of the big points of CJCC and working together as a system within CJCC, and certainly appreciate everything that justice courts do. You are really the first interface, quite frankly, for most citizens and the judicial system. So you play an incredibly huge role, and I want a big shout out to the staff and the judges who are there for the folks in these communities. So thank you, Judge, for that.
Okay, I just want to say, a lot of these reports that come in, I think that like the percentage on the accomplishments and highlights, it has 95% of customers agree that they were treated with courtesy and respect. You know, I really like to see numbers. That I'm a number person by percentages, or you know, just anything that would show, you know, that there's progress really happening, not say that you're not, but it's just something. And then if something goes wrong and comes down a little bit, then you think, what did we do from the last time to this time? Just kind of gauging it, I guess is what it is. So I really like the numbers and percentages when it's being presented. So thank you so much.
You bet. And just full disclosure, we were not able to perform the customer service surveys, so that's why that is only on the Flagstaff Justice Court, because they were included with the Superior Court surveys. We do have plans and dates for this year to get those, so we'll have some updated, fresh numbers for all the courts next year.
Thank you.
County Manager?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. And the next presentation is going to be from our legal defender, Eric Arlington, and accompanied by Joe Carver. And this is Erica's final budget presentation. So she may go off the hinges there. So just,
I was actually really surprised to see you. I thought you were already retired. So
I feel like
she came
Yeah.
back.
Yeah,
I
that's-
really appreciate that. Does that mean we won't have Erica to kick around anymore? Is that?
yeah, thank you. Okay. Perfect, thank you. Chair Vasquez, Vice Chair Begay, members of the board. For every meeting I've ever been at, that I find the hardest thing to remember how to say that at the beginning of the meeting. So now I should be golden going on from there. Now I'm good. I'm very pleased to be here this afternoon with most of my staff from the Legal Defender's Office, including my current Deputy Director, Joe Carver, Jillian Marini, my Office Manager, Sarah Stillwell, our newest attorney, Jordan Dykeman, our admin two, Jen Geldner, and our parent advocate, which the board approved last year, James Kirkham. A couple other members weren't able to be here, but I'm happy to have them all here today so that they can see what we tell you guys about the work that we do every day. So what do we do? So the Public Defender's Office takes appointments on criminal cases, dependency cases, juvenile delinquency cases. In those types of cases where there are multiple parties, as there always are with dependencies and often are with other cases, if there's multiple parties, you can't have one attorney representing multiple defendants or multiple parties, because that would be what we call a conflict. So any case that is a conflict for the Public Defender's Office and those types of cases comes to our office. And both offices have that we provide the legal services to indigent people in our county who are entitled to have legal representation for various types of cases, such as criminal felonies, juvenile delinquencies, dependencies where DCS is removing children from the home. In addition to taking those conflict cases from the Public Defender's Office, we additionally take original appointments for mental health evaluations and mental health treatment matters, which we refer to as Title 36. And this last year, we have been able to take in-house appointments to guardianship matters where we represent wards, which are the people that other people are trying to get guardianships over. So that's what we do. And it's been my most enjoyable job in my career to head this office, I can tell you that. So since I'm the one leaving, we're looking at yesterday. So for the last calendar year, for 2023 fiscal year, we had 610 cases that were represented by our attorneys in our office, and another 176 cases that were represented by contract counsel that we contract with. We were fully staffed in the office by mid-year of 2023. After huge turnover, we lost for us, because we have 10 people, so we lost 3. So for us, that was a big deal, but we were able to come fully staffed. And again, Mr. Dykeman, our newest attorney, joined us in July, so that was our last hire. Guardianship cases were brought in-house, and that was largely due to our hire of Jada Strife, who was unable to be here this afternoon. But she had done those cases in private practice, so we were able to bring her in-house, and she has taken over that caseload. Mr. Carver also takes part of that caseload. And then Mr. Carver has been doing appeals, and he got the honor of doing oral argument with Arizona Court of Appeals. And it's hard for non-attorneys to maybe appreciate, but I'm sure Patrice does. That's a rare thing to happen, to actually do oral argument, and he did really, really well at that oral argument. We were watching in Zoom from the office, which he didn't know at the time, and it was just a pleasure to watch him argue. And he was arguing for the rights of award, for the voting rights of award. And so
Did he win?
we haven't heard, I don't think, right? Still waiting, which is also not unusual. Over the last year, in preparation for leaving, I worked extensively with Jennifer Gildner, who's here, in improving our case management system, which is Defender by Carpel. We did a lot of work to make the files more manageable, to get rid of coding that wasn't working, to rename things, reorganize things, to leave the office with an improved case management system that I think is going to serve us well, or them well, into the future. And we continued, of course, the cross-training development of both the attorneys and staff. We're able to send some staff to, actually Jennifer, to the Carpel training. So that has been what we were doing this last year as we got ready for what's to come. But before we get to that, for you, Vice Chair Begay, some numbers. So the indigent, we are not asking for any money this year. Let me just start with that. Yay! We're not asking for any additional funding, no additional positions. We're in a good place right now. But this slide kind of gives a little history of my time in the office. So FY 2019 was just a really fun time to take over. Let me just say it's not up there, but FY 2018, total number of cases was 733, I believe. And as you can see, it jumped 300 cases in FY19. I still haven't figured out completely why, but one reason why was that the public defender's office at that time was not staffed to a capacity that they needed to be staffed at. And so between that and just a huge increase in filing of cases, we were taking what we called overflow cases at some points at the rate of 5 a week. And so that was a fun time for us. And so we had, for that, what I can say about these numbers when you look at them, the money numbers and the case numbers don't track. And Supervisor Ryan asked me this question last year, and I couldn't figure out what he was asking till later, so I'm going to explain it to you, even though it's not your question. And that is like, why do the numbers not line up? Like, why does it not cost more when you have more cases? And the reason is that the case costs don't necessarily happen always right at the beginning of the case, especially for murder case costs, which you can see on that bottom line there. Murder trials happen often years after the event. And so those case costs kind of lag behind the cases coming through the door. And expenditure on other trial cases also kind of lags. So if we have serious felony cases going to trial and we're paying for experts or outside counsel if we need them, those bills kind of lag behind. So that's why they don't line up year to year. But Supervisor Fowler, I think, is the only one who remembers my first year here where I came in from the board at least 3 times, I think 4 times in that fiscal year to ask for additional money. It was lots of fun. And then had to do that again in FY 20, and then in FY and 21 to some degree, because at that time our contract fund was a lot less than what we were spending. And so we finally, the board finally approved increase in our contract fund, and so I didn't have to come back here to ask for more money. But anyway, what's happened then is, so we had this more money in, we have the cases coming through, and then in FY 23, we unexpectedly got House bill money that was directly allocated to dependency cases, and could be used to reimburse for dependency cases. That funding, we'll see if it continues with the state budget because it's a recent funding device. I'm not sure if that's going to be, I don't know if it's like, last in, first out kind of deal when they sweep funding. So whether we have this going forward or not, I don't know. But for FY 23, 24, and hopefully for 25, we can funnel the dependency costs that come out of our contract fund out of that and take it out of that House bill money. So that's been a good help, which means, of course, everything that we don't spend goes back into the general fund. So we are looking at, you can see a little bit fewer cases this year. One of the main reasons for that is that I'm retiring, so they're going to be down an attorney for a month, and I do a lot of Title 36 cases. And then Ms. Strife, who we hired for guardianships, is going to be on leave for a couple of months. The Public Defender's Office has graciously, well, I begged them, but they said yes, so that was great. They have offered to take the Title 36 cases for 2 months, roughly, so that we don't have to farm those out to outside counsel and add to our contract costs. And so that's going to be a big help, but it'll take our numbers down. It'll give them a bump at the end of the year on their numbers. And then I predict by FY25, the number will be about 830, I think is where I'm seeing the trends go. So as you can see, one of the big fluctuating costs that we have no control over is the bottom line, which we have as the murder/serious case costs. And those just depend on, how many trials go forward. One thing I can tell you is that in 2023, well, we had 5 opened where the trials were not done, murder cases. We're at 2 right now. We're about to go, actually, Mr. Carver starts next week on an open murder case that's open now. So we have 2 of those. Don't know what's going to happen for 2025, but one thing I just want to point out, oops, and I somehow went too far there, is that the Public Defender's Office being fully staffed and having an adequate number of attorneys has been a huge impact on downstream costs to us in these murder serious cases. So we're not getting as many of those because she has the attorneys who can take those cases. And so we always support their funding requests for attorneys and staff because we know that that positively impacts our costs down the line. And I think that's all I have. So it gives me great pleasure to introduce again my current deputy director and the next legal defender for Coconino County, Joe Carver.
Thank you very much, Erica. Chair Vasquez, Vice Chair Begay, members of the board. Just to introduce myself, my name is Joseph Carver. I'm proud to be the incoming legal defender. And if you spent 5 minutes with these folks behind me, you would know why. It's just a great group of people. And I'm really happy to have this opportunity. So what I'd like to discuss with you this afternoon is kind of a snapshot of what we've done recently. So that's what we've done today, and then give you kind of a preview of where the office is going to go in the future. So Erica outlined a little bit of the challenges that we've had or are going to have coming up here in the spring. But thanks to her, what I described telescopic vision, her ability to see small things far away and plan for them has left us with the ability to execute a well-reasoned, purposeful transition plan. And we also have to thank the county manager's office who supported this succession plan every step of the way and has been there for us. And we have to thank human resources as well, because we already have a posting for the FTE that Erica will leave behind. And I have to say, we might be able to fill that FTE, but we're never going to be able to replace Erica. We didn't have some significant accomplishments recently, one of those being the updating of our technology in the office. Thanks to the assistance of IT and Erica's characteristic tenacity, we have recently upgraded our laptops. So we've got bigger, faster laptops. We've got better internet, and that lets us process the massive media files that we routinely deal with. So just to kind of give you a picture, any case that comes in comes with a whole bunch of body cam footage from the law enforcement agencies, and we have to be able to handle that quickly. And thanks to that upgrade, we can do that now. And that's going to leave us in a much better position and in a better position to advocate for our clients. I also like to mention that we have, although it's not real recent, but we have now 2 parent-child advocates within the office. And I would say that in the last 6 months or so, we've really gotten up to full speed with these super folks. They're fantastic advocates for parents and children that we represent in the dependency realm. James Kirkham is here. He does a wonderful job with the parents that we represent. And Tammy Begay is the other. She's probably on the road looking after our kids right now. But that has helped us develop closer client relationships. It has helped us connect our clients with services quicker and better. And it's also freed up our attorneys to do the things that they can do with their skills. So all around, it has really improved the legal defender's office's ability to be the best law office that it can be. This next slide is, I guess, my vision for where the office is going to go in the future. And I have to say that we're in a really good spot right now. When I came to the office 11 years ago, and comparing that to the office that we have today is night and day. And that's Erica. We can give Erica all the credit for that. But since I'm inheriting it, you have to keep in mind that a strong office, a collaborative, team-oriented office like we have, doesn't just reproduce itself. Can't take it for granted. And so these things, teamwork, collaboration, require nurture, and they require constant reminders that what we want to do at the Legal Defender's Office is be the best law office that we can be. And, that's what we're going to do. We're going to keep our eye on that ball, and we're not going to settle or rest on any laurels here. I listed on the slide a few things that technically that we're going to be able to do, such as building on positive personnel additions and process improvements. But in reality, I believe the big thing is keeping that goal front and center. And that's something that I'll try to do every day. Second, we have kind of a unique position in our criminal justice system because of the scope of types of cases that we handle, the types of clients that we represent. So it really runs the gamut of any kind of case that you can get an attorney appointed for, our office will handle. And while we have a small office, we can do better at talking to each other about what we know about the law. It may seem that a criminal case may have nothing to do with a dependency case, but really there's a lot that we can learn from each other. And as I mentioned before, or alluded to before, we already have a great office that works together and is there for each other. And so to build on that and take advantage of that, we're going to attempt to learn as much as we can from one another. And the last point I have here is maximizing our litigation impact. And I was reflecting as I was walking over that maybe I should have chosen a different word, because litigation sounds aggressive. And I was thinking, there's been a lot of discussion in the county, in the criminal justice system, about more collaborative approaches and more care-centered approaches to how we help our clients and our citizens. But I think why I wanted to mention this is that litigation is how we test our principles. It's how we know that we're following through with our constitutional mandates. It's how we know that we're trying to do the best that we can for our citizens. And so what I want our office to do is be the best litigators that we can be. That doesn't mean we're not professional. It doesn't mean that we're aggressive or confrontational for no reason. But it just means that we're going to be prepared and we're going to be ready to talk about justice in the heat of battle. And to maximize that, the ability for our attorneys to do that, I think you start with the understanding that attorneys want to be attorneys. We're attorneys because we want to do attorney things. And giving our lawyers the space to do that sounds easy, but in practice in an indigent defense office can be difficult. So we'll be looking for ways to ensure that the folks that want to use their skills in court are going to be able to do that. But to come up behind that, to support that is the understanding that I know from my experience is that litigation carries a personal cost. It's exhausting. It carries a lot of stress. And so building in support for our attorneys so that they feel that they can recover from litigation and that they feel like they can do it again. I know that sounds abstract at the moment, but there will be opportunities to make those tangible. The reason that it's abstract, again, I just have to note is that Erica has accomplished so much in the last 5.5 years that it's hard to say, well, we need to do case management processing updates. Nope, Erica's already done that. Well, we need to do some technology upgrades. Nope, Erica's already done that. So we really will have a lot of, have a big debt to her going forward. But I will say, I will do my best to honor her legacy in the office. The last slide I have to present is kind of the ongoing challenges that our office may face. We have had trouble in the past. I wouldn't say trouble. It's just been challenging to recruit attorneys for vacancies. And that's for reasons that are of no mystery to anyone here. It's the cost of living in Flagstaff. And with attorneys in particular, you're often asking them to leave an established professional practice to come to a new environment. So while we've got that position posted and we're hopeful that we can fill that quickly, we're prepared for a longer search than we would probably hope for. So that will be challenging, but we do have robust systems in place that will allow our office to continue to provide high-level advocacy for our clients, no matter how long it takes us to fill that position. Perhaps the more vexing concern is the shortage of private attorneys or attorneys who will take contracts for us in the dependency realm. And this is just a problem, and it is due to a lot of different factors, probably number one being that these are difficult cases. Dependency cases are arduous and difficult and not on the tip top of anyone's list of favorite things to do. So we're brainstorming ideas of how to remedy the shortage. We've already begun reaching out of county. We've been talking to the bench about relaxing local rules to the extent that it will allow out-of-county attorneys to come help us here in Coconino County, and we'll continue to have those conversations. Lastly, this is a bit of an echo of the litigation comment in the prior slide, but the Legal Defender's Office, the Public Defender's Office as well, occupy a unique constitutional role within our criminal justice system. We agree with and like to collaborate with our partners in the justice system, and including the courts, the county attorneys, and even law enforcement. And this county has a unique professional collegial environment that I think is to the benefit of all of our citizens, and we're going to do our best to maintain that. However, we're the only agencies that have an individual client whose goals we have to pursue, and those things sometimes put us in conflict with broader perspectives or broader principles or goals within the system. But that doesn't mean that we can't continue to work together in an effective way. We just have to keep in mind that we have a unique role and that our clients, against all other prospects, has to come first. And so that's all I have to present to you. This is my first budget presentation. I really appreciate the opportunity, but I would be remiss if I failed to take this public opportunity to thank Erica. I would just like to say to Erica directly that, and I'll leave the mic so I can't turn around. So I'm not, Erica, you just have to imagine my face. Erica, you've put your stamp on the criminal justice system everywhere you've been. And because the justice system is the scaffolding for our community, you have left a mark on the community as well. And if the impact you've had on me is any guide, this county is a much, much better place because of you. And thank you, and go be free.
Okay, I think I can do this without crying. So the last slide is thank you, because I think I still have a few minutes and I have a lot to be thankful for. I want to thank Steve, Sue, and the board for the opportunity to serve and all their support they've given me in my position here, including their support during this transition. Yeah, it has been my favorite job in my legal career, and I've had many different jobs, 4 at the county alone. So I also want to take a moment to thank Sandy Deal for her continuous and much appreciated support. I don't know that I would have survived COVID without Sandy. And also she helped get me the job to begin with. So thank you so much. Love you. I want to thank Joe for all his support and his grounding through the years. As I was saying to someone yesterday, I have a lot of fire, but he's the water that can also be equally powerful, but kind of calm that fire down and get it, maybe into a controlled burn instead of burning the forest down. So I very much appreciate Joe, who also can't see my face right now. I want to thank Sarah, my office admin. This job came to me unexpectedly and quickly, and she was the one who got me through budget. The first year when I knew nothing, to all the years in between and all the numbers in between. I want to thank our senior attorney, Jillian Marini, who is an amazing advocate. And in addition to her advocacy, has convinced me that we could recruit interns and have interns both from NAU and from the law schools. And she heads that program up and has been amazing at it, including being nominated as the best supervisor for interns at NAU last year. I want to also thank Human Resources. I've had challenges in my office, as any department director knows. There's challenges with employees sometimes, not the ones I have now. And they got me through them. And I really appreciate Erica Philpott and her whole crew. I also want to thank IT and all the departments in the county, because as Steve was saying earlier, we need help from departments, and sometimes it's odd the departments you need help from. Tom Hanchek knows that I need a lot of help from facilities, especially in the building we're in. And so all those departments have made the county a great place for me to end my career, and I'm very thankful for it. And lastly, I want to thank the rest of my office who are here, as well as the ones who aren't. We have amazing people in our office. I'm so grateful to them every day. And I'm so grateful to the county for all the opportunities it's given me over the past 34 years. And that's all. Thank you very much, unless there's questions.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Are there any comments by the board this time? Please, Supervisor.
Yes, just comment, not as much questions. Thank you, obviously, for your great report. And first and foremost, Erica, just have to acknowledge the great job you've done and the public service you provided here in Coconino County, both at the county attorney's office. And then you're right, you just kind of got recruited into this position, kind of a trial by fire, really. And, the comments that are being made by your staff and by Joseph, I think, is a real indication that you took the challenge, you met that challenge, and you exceeded expectations and really did a great job to bring the legal defender's office to the professional and I'm going to say smooth running, but to really bring it forward and really appreciate all of your efforts that you have given here, the legal community in Coconino County, and certainly what you have been able to provide here for our county system, and really appreciate your service. And Joseph, we look forward to getting to know you better. And I guess we're going to have him to kick around during the budget, huh? And
Look forward to it.
yeah, we do too. And good luck on your case at the Court of Appeals. So I hope that goes well. And then just another comment, and that is the collegial atmosphere, and not just in terms of the bar here in Coconino County, which is really, we're known for it. But the second is really the wonderful cooperation, communication, and coordination between public defender and legal defender's office. You all have always worked so well together, and that is for the betterment of the folks who live here in Coconino County. So for both of you, we know sometimes it's been hectic and really asked to do more than anybody thought was humanly possible. But you always rose, you rose to the occasion. And again, a big thank you, Erica. You will be missed and always remembered. So we hope
Thank
to
you.
see you around.
Thank you, Supervisor Horseman.
Yes, thank you. Great presentation. Appreciate that. I learned a lot, obviously, from this. This is you came to us and kind of explained it. Good luck. Enjoy your time I retired, but here I am working. So you'll be doing something. But you've done a great. Probably the biggest thing of leaving a position is knowing that the position is going to be or what you leave is your legacy. And I think you've left a great legacy. And Joe, you're gonna do great. You've been there. I really liked how you said you're gonna make the strives to, as you said, not settle. I really appreciate that. That's what the citizens deserve. And I'm so glad that you guys are motivated from your guidance down to show that. I really liked how you were talking about, basically steel sharpens steel. Keep that practice going. And again, you got to show up. And I like that you guys are going to be ready to take it on. And because everyone deserves that. And I really appreciate your shop and what you guys do and what you bring to the table, and keep it up. Again, and as Patrice said, the collaborative expertise, I really like that. I really think that's how you learn and that's how you grow. So continue to make those strides and do amazing things. Thank you.
Supervisor Vasquez, do you have any comments or questions?
Just a comment, just thank you. Erica, thank you for your service. And Joe, thank you for coming on board. It's really exciting to see the new changes and to hear about how your office has evolved and developed over the years. And as Supervisor Hess was mentioning, the legacy that's being left and the new leadership that's coming on board. So thank you for your service to our community, and look forward to seeing the new leadership leading the way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Fowler?
Hello.
Yes, we're on and hear you.
Good. Okay. I wasn't sure if I put in the right numbers. Well, Erica, thank you so much. I remember that you were just like, it was all of a sudden that you're taking on this role, and I didn't see you being nervous at the first budget meeting or anything. You seemed like you had done it before, and just taking on a department and a organization across the county, really, the public justice system, and being able to bring the department to where it needed to be, and working with the staff and just the cases that were before you. I'm just really, really impressed with how you're leaving the county and leaving everything in good hands for our new director and staff and the other partners that we work with. So I'm just, I wish I was there, and I just, I got my tire fixed and
I'm happy to hear that.
really I really want to thank you and just being able to be flexible and understanding and just go with your own. I think a lot of it end up being like with gut feeling and being able to lead and saying, okay, this is the decision I have to make, and who do I need to make it with? And it was really tough times when you walked in and you were able to bring this to where the department is today. So I just want to thank you for that, and thank all the staff for working with you and the other departments and partners. So thank you so much. Congratulations on your retirement, and it's always good to retire, I think, when it comes to retirement, and with a good feeling, and that's where you're at right now. So I want to thank all the staff, and I wish I was there, but I'll go back and be able to watch our board meeting again by Zoom. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. I do remember the first board meeting. I was nervous, but thank you for all the support you've given our office through the years. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you, Erica. Congratulations. It takes a good leader to lead and to they let go of things when they feel it's right. And put in the hands of someone else that can take the realm and run with it. So in management, they say your success would be working with and through others to help and do your job or whatever. So I believe in that. So I just want to say thank you for the presentations that were done by your department here, and then also bringing the staff here with you. You know, that means a lot, and there are a lot of good things that the other supervisors has said, and I also totally agree with them. So I just want to say thank you so much.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
See, this would have been the year to ask for a lot of stuff in your budget. Madam Chair, does the board wish to take a break before our next presentation? Okay. 15-minute drink? Okay, so we'll do 10. Let's settle for a 10-minute break, and we'll be right back. in the room. Actually putting out a search party.
This meeting's adjourned. We're out of here. Okay.
Okay, I'll make a couple comments. Are we ready, Lindsay? Madam Vice Chair, members of the board, it's, it's an honor to ask the sheriff to come before you all to present his budget. I've been told that while the sheriff has been with us a long, long time, he's actually been participating in, this is his 44th budget that he has participated in directly. Now, this doesn't count for the years that, he just joined and all that, but, and this too, although we'll have more time to provide some accolades and all, but this will, this is, unless he's made some decisions, this is going to be his last budget that he presents to you. But again, he's not leaving anytime soon. He's with us at least until the end of the calendar year. So without further ado, it's my honor and privilege to present our sheriff and our friend, Jim Driscoll, to the podium. Thank you.
No, I think we're fine. All right. I hope so. Yes. All right. Well, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, members of the board and manager's office, I certainly appreciate the opportunity to come and do 45, I guess. There's been a bunch of them, but they've all been interesting, to say the least. And you are right, Steve. This I will not be doing another one. So I've done enough damage. I think it's time to move on. But I appreciate this time to come and speak. And I'd like to begin by introducing our staff, our key staff within the Sheriff's Department that helps make everything kind of go around at the budget level. And I want to introduce Brett Axland, Chief Deputy and the next Sheriff of Coconino County. Also, Kathy Allen, Commander Kathy Allen, I'm sure many of you know, and Kathy's been with me for a lot of those, 35 of those budgets, I think. And Commander Matt Figueroa, our detention commander, and then Commander Garrett Beck. Kathleen Levinson, Candace Smith, Angela Rodriguez, who is our budget queen, who has spent day and night working on our budget forever. And at least I'm sure it feels that way. And Alicia Brianna from IT. She'll be helping me here because I'm IT challenged on some of this. So she's going to be helping out. Over the last 6 years, I've talked with the board every year about some of the major challenges that we face from a law enforcement perspective. And I've reiterated every year, the biggest challenge that we face is mental illness. And you've heard it from previous speakers today about not just what COVID did, but just essentially what we've seen occur around the country and around the world is its unraveling of our fabric and the mental health of so many of our individuals in our communities. And I'll be talking, I'll reference that several more times during this next hour. But what I'd like to do is to show a short video that has that mental health connection. And this is something that happens in our department every day. And we just happened to see this here a few weeks ago, and we're able to download it. But I want to show this video. I think it will illustrate some of those things that we're seeing and trying to deal with very compassionately and humanely every day.
Hey Floyd, we heard you're having kind of a bad day. You could use a little help, man. All right, can you just come out with nothing in your hands? We'll talk with you and we'll try to get you the help you need, buddy. Yep, sounds good. Just come out with nothing in your hands. Yep, nope, sounds good. Just come on out with your hands empty. Okay. Hey, it's all good, buddy. It's all good, buddy. We're here to help you, man. You have nothing, no weapons on you? I'm just going to pat you down real quick. Make sure you don't. We'll get you the help you need, okay? It's all good, buddy. Thank you for not having anything. Okay. All right. Hey, what's going on today, man? Floyd, what's going on today, buddy?
I'm homeless. I'm freezing to death.
Okay.
And I feel like killing myself. And I need help.
Okay. That's what we're here for, dude. We're here to help you. Okay? We'll get you the help that you need. Okay, so let's do this. I'm gonna grab the knives and everything out of your tent. I'm gonna put them somewhere else for now. Deputy Bauer's gonna stand by with you. We'll get your bag packed up with, like, you know, your burners, your that stuff, so that way you don't lose that. And then we will get your bike folded up. We'll get it put in one of our cars so we can get that over to the guidance center with you. And then we'll get you to the guidance center, and then you just need to make sure you work with the guidance center staff and go, look, can I get a bus ticket down to like Quartzsite or like somewhere where I'm literally not going to freeze to death? Sometimes different, even Catholic Charities may be able to get you a bus ticket and at least get you down somewhere warmer to where, you know, you can probably get by down in Quartzsite or somewhere warmer. The problem is up here, yeah, you will, for sure. The winter up here is extremely rough, and we're just starting to get into, how long have you been up here? 4 years? So what do you do in the winter usually? Okay. Okay, well, unfortunately, obviously, we can't fix that situation, but we'll try to make sure we try to set you up for success to the best of our ability.
In 44 years, I never learned how to do this. Over the next hour, I well, hope I can keep it within the hour, but those values at the bottom are what our department is about. These are the things that we strive for every day, is the community service, the public trust, compassion, respect, and collaboration. So I'll try to relate my comments throughout this afternoon to those, and hopefully it will all come together at the end. There we go. These are the 4 primary divisions within the Sheriff's Department: administration, operations, detention, and support. And I'm not going to read all of those. You can see them, but a couple of things I think that are worthy of noting is under administration is the collaboration and the communication that is vital for success in everything that we do. Communication, both vertically and horizontally within our department, as well as with our community, as well as with county government. If we don't communicate, we cannot be effective. And I'm sure my staff gets tired of me talking about that every week at a staff meeting, but it is absolutely vital to our success. Also, the legislative advocacy under administration. We have become more and more involved every year with the state legislature, responding down and essentially testifying on behalf of bills or opposing bills as it may occur. And this year, I think, has kind of been a record. Both Brett and I have been down numerous times, and I anticipate we will be down there again, possibly later this week. There's so many things occurring throughout the state that will have impacts on public safety. And if rather than let them happen, we want to influence what happens and be able to share and impact those future changes that will affect all of public safety. With respect to operations, that's our field operations. That's our traffic. That's our investigations. That's our search and rescue. That's all the things that occur in the field. And I'll talk later on about some of the demands associated with that. Under detention, again, our goal is to provide a safe and secure environment for those that we are charged with holding in our custody. Care, custody, and control is vital within any detention facility. And I think to kind of top off what we do, also it's our inmate programs. We are very proud of the ones we have with Exodus Pathways, 12-step, our religious programs, educational programs. We think that we do a lot more than most jails throughout Arizona, and we want to continue this. And we've had it for quite some time now. Our programming started back in 2006, and we certainly are fortunate to have done that. And with the help of volunteers, we're able to provide more religious services as well. And last is support services. And this is what I kind of consider the glue within our agency. It holds everything together. It makes all the other three divisions work well together, and being able to understand and work with one another, support one another. And, they manage our IT, our facilities, our communications, and without them, none of us would be able to do our job. This is a organizational chart, a very short one, abbreviated, of our 4 divisions. And you can see the number of FTEs that we have allocated in each one. And I think one of the important one I think to look at is the detention with 30 vacancies. And as of today, that's what we have in our detention is 30 vacancies out of the 162 FTEs. I'll address that more later on as well. This next slide is about what we do in the field and how we are distributed, how we serve our community from the deputies in the field. And with over 55,000 people that we serve in those unincorporated areas, we distribute our deputies. And if we have 5 in the Page community, we have 1 allocated in Fredonia. We have 1 in Tuba City. We have 13 deputies in the Williams Grand Canyon area. We have 31 deputies or positions allocated within Flagstaff, 2 in Forest Lakes, 1 in Blue Ridge. That's all the ones that we have. And that's for 24/7 response throughout Coconino County. And you can see with those numbers, with those distances needing to be traveled during emergency calls, with weather-related situations, that we're spread somewhat thin, but we've been able to manage pretty well with what we have. Of those, there are 20 of those positions that are non-functioning for us right now, through military deployments, through maternity leave, through people in the academies, people that are currently in long-term, what we call field training for 12 to 15 weeks. So there's 20 of those 50-some that are essentially non-functional right now. So what that does basically is it increases the workload on the ones who are working and increases the amount of overtime that they're having because we're not fully staffed in the field yet. We're fortunate that we've gotten some deputies over the positions over the last several years, but we've only recently been able to fill them all. But now we have to have our training catch up. And once our training's completed, I think we'll be in a little bit better shape to where we can hopefully reduce overtime somewhat, as well as to give those people a break from working so much of that overtime. Also, the other, I think, area that's important to mention is the community meetings that we attend. We are getting constant, I won't say requests, I'm going to say demands for service. We attend a lot of chapter meetings. We attend a bucket load of community meetings, as well as other events. And we're getting lots of heat about getting people out, more people out in the field. So I think just being aware of that is important. So this is our citizen engagement slide. This is just some of the programs that we do, and this is our primarily our people in the field that are dealing with a variety of situations, dealing with a variety of populations out there, both special populations, vulnerable populations, ethnic populations, and I think we enjoy a pretty good and effective relationship with so many of them. Attending, whether they're chapter meetings, whether they're neighborhood watch meetings, whether they're outdoor safety, recreation meetings. People want us there. People want us engaged with them and helping them to make areas safer, helping them to be more effective in services that they provide. And I will tell you, it's pretty gratifying to see all these groups that we participate with, the services that we can provide, and the assistance to these other organizations that we're able to provide. Again, this is, once again, it's all about community. And I anticipate that there will be no shortage of requests in the upcoming year as well. One thing I would like to mention in particular, toward the bottom, is the ID theft scam awareness. That is a program that Chief Axland and County Attorney Ammon Barker have been working on and providing to essentially older populations within the county. There's a tendency for those people to be scammed more attempts made to scam older people. And we're seeing it on the Navajo Nation as much as we're seeing it in other parts of our county. So they have jointly developed and provided that program in a variety of communities, and will continue to, because I think with the challenges of artificial intelligence that we're all going to experience, people can copy somebody else's voice, and we're getting them right now. Even this week, we've had one where a grandmother was contacted and said it was her grandson in jail and needed money to get out. And it was grandma's voice that was copied, and AI was able to translate it to grandma's language, or to the son's language, I'm sorry, where it sounded just like her grandson. And she didn't fall for it, thankfully. But we are seeing these every day throughout Coconino County. More community engagement, and I'll tell you that we talk so much about who out in the community that are we impacting, who is out there that is in need of services, who's out there that is a potential victim of future crime. But our youth is so important. Our youth is where we're focusing a lot of efforts on education. We attend a great many events. We have opportunities with all the things that we get involved in to involve a lot of youth in what we're doing and to hopefully change their lives a little bit. Earlier today, I had the great fortune of being at the Special Olympics for Northern Arizona at Coconino High School and watching my granddaughter. And it was amazing to see that. To see her succeed was so important. I'll move on. Okay, volunteer programs. We have a variety of volunteer programs, and I think just start with the search and rescue. Right now, we have a very large, successful search and rescue program. We have over 100 missions a year that we respond to. That's more than any other county in Arizona. Obviously, we have the largest land mass, so we have the largest recreation potential as well. And we donate, or they donate over 14,000 hours each year to helping other people to be trained and to rescue those. We're currently in a search and rescue academy in which we have 19 people going through this academy for the next 7 weeks, learning all about search and rescue. And then they're going to go out and do all this stuff for free. And it is pretty cool to see the enthusiasm. I was able to speak to this group on Saturday morning, to see this group really gel, come together, and really want to give back to the community. And their motto in our search and rescue is that others may live. That's a pretty important aspect. That's a pretty important goal to take on when you volunteer for an organization. I think you're all familiar with our CERT program, Community Emergency Response Team, and the volunteers in what we call our VIP, or volunteers in policing, and what they do. They're engaging in activities that directly help the community as far as training, as far as evacuations when we have those situations develop, security of crime scenes, transportation, assisting our department, providing training to others, and the Citizens Police Academy. They fill a gap that we would normally have to use paid staff to manage. That's pretty important for them to engage and want to give back to the community. And again, these people all do this for free. Our cold case volunteers, we only have 2, but I will tell you how great they are. With the advent of DNA, and I think all of you are familiar with what DNA has done, we've been able to solve a number of old crimes. We are working on one from 1957, where we have an unidentified homicide. We have another one from 1976 that I was working on at the time, a double murder at the Grand Canyon, and we're close, we think, to making a potential ID on a possible suspect. That's huge. And we've also used it to solve several of our cases here just in the past several years. And once again, these 2 retired law enforcement people do this for free. Our detention programming, that's the volunteers. These are the unsung heroes, I think, because they don't get any publicity. They don't get any accolades like many other volunteers do. They come in our jail and they provide ministerial, pastoral assistance. They provide drug counseling. They provide somebody to listen to these people who are in jail and really need that assistance from somebody on the outside who understands where they are. Again, they're the unsung heroes that we don't talk too much about. As far as goals and objectives, oh, did I go too far? I told you I wasn't any good at this part of it. So. Okay. As far as our trends go, the things that we're not just seeing, but we're experiencing as well. The mental health, the frequency of the calls we're getting. And I know I've talked to a couple of you in the past couple of months about what we're seeing every day. The suicide-related calls, like the video that was shown a little bit earlier, that can happen 2 times a shift. We've had it happen as many as 6 times in one shift. That takes 2 people at least to respond to, and time. And depending on where they are, we run into staffing shortages. If we have 2 simultaneously, that consumes all the field staff that we have at the time. But it's not just limited to those in the field. We have suicide attempts. We have people on suicide watch that are inmates within our detention facility now. They have so many issues coming into our jail. And I think most of you have heard, over 40% of the people in our jail have mental illness issues. And some of those are what they call SMI, or seriously mentally ill. They are that need and for people to be able to take care of those, meet their needs while they're in our custody or meet their needs when they're out in the field, are consuming a great deal of our time. We're seeing an increase in violent crimes. And you heard previously from some of the court staff and judges that filings are down, activities are down. Some of our call volume is dropping some. But what is increasing is the violence associated to the violent calls that we're getting. There's an increase in that level of violence. Right now, we are experiencing what we call 2 high-risk significant events per week. And these are ones that involve a call out of a SWAT team, a high-speed pursuit, or weapons involved with a suspect. Those are really increase the odds, or the dangerous calls that we end up going to. 2 a week. We used to have 1 every 2 weeks. Just 6 years ago, we'd have 1 of those calls. Now it's 2 a week. And thank God that the vast majority of these are resolved without gunshots being fired, without an exceptional use of force. But there have been calls, obviously, that have resulted in injuries or deaths as well. So again, these are very significant to us when we see what's happening and the need for us to increase our levels of training as time goes on to deal with these kinds of situations. With respect to legislation, there's a ruling that came down late this summer called Oklahoma versus Castro Huerta. This now requires us to respond to the Navajo and Hopi tribal communities, as well as to the other 4 Native American tribes when there is a non-native suspect involved in a crime. So far, we have not seen a great many, but we have been talking with Navajo police. We're meeting with them again next week. But we know that we're going to start getting more calls. And whether that's domestic violence or whether it's people involving with weapons, we now will have that responsibility to go up onto the various tribal lands to respond to those calls. We're also involved with legislation regarding OHV. We're part of Diablo Trust and the National Resource Conservation District. We meet with them frequently. We've been testifying on this bill. I'm not sure it's going to solve everything, but if it gives us some resources to help address this issue, we will. I was contacted by Yavapai County this morning, and they are being overrun, especially in the Sedona area. OHVs have kind of taken over down there, and they are looking for relief. I just hope that the legislation, if it passes, will provide some level of relief to them. There's a mutual aid bill that you have so graciously supported. We appreciate that. And this is primarily with us being able to utilize the services of Kane County, Utah to come into our county during an emergency. As I said last month when I spoke, this will save lives. It allows to get people to an emergency scene quicker than responding out of Flagstaff or responding out of Page. So that will certainly be a benefit. The last one concerning legislation is the court bill, and it is it is a bill to reestablish a defined benefits program for our detention staff. It died this year in legislation, but it's going to be reintroduced next year. This was a bill that, well, essentially was this defined benefits program was taken away from detention in 2018, and it's really important that we get it back. And I know all the sheriffs, all 15 sheriffs, will be coming out very strong in support of this. When I talked earlier about how many vacancies we had in our detention with 30, we have to attribute part of that to not having the defined benefits program that we used to. So being able to recruit and retain. So as much as it is controversial and we understand expensive, we still are going to be supporting that in the next legislative session next year. As far as other trends we're seeing with weather, wildland fires, floods, those are daily responses during those various times of the year, whether it's winter or summer floods, wildland fires. The same thing with snow and stranded individuals and rescues. We didn't rescue as many people this year, a few, but with the amount of snow that we had, at least it came in short bursts instead of all at once like last year. Employee mental health and wellness, again, back to mental health. These things are what we are doing for our staff. We have what's called the Cortico app, and it is an online app to obtain those services in a very private way with one-on-one contact, helping those individuals in our department. And it's open to all, not just officers, but all employees of our department. We now have a new chaplain who is Jacob McGuire. Jacob was a deputy with us for several years. He left our department and became a pastor. And now he has come back and volunteered as a chaplain, and we are extremely happy to see that. We're also providing counseling. We have a wellness room that we just recently completed. We have a critical incident stress management team. There's a lot of traumatic things that happen within our agency, and having this team internally certainly is a benefit. We also teach mental health first aid to all of our employees, as well as emotional survival to all employees when they start. These are both, we feel, essential because of the types of things that we see and have to do within our business on rare occasions. The community education classes that we continue to get numerous requests for are primarily situation awareness, active shooter, and the ID theft and scams. We've taught well over 1,000 people situational awareness, active shooter throughout the county. We've taught it on Navajo, on within the Hopi areas. We've taught it in Williams, Tuba, Page, and we continue to get lots and lots of requests, especially whenever there is a active shooting event within the country. I mentioned earlier that the ID theft and scams was being done by both the chief deputies, and we are now getting requests for that as people see more and more of these scams that are coming out. this is just a very short slide here. I won't spend time on it, but everything, again, focuses around community. Everything that we do, whether it's our decision matrix, whether it's planning that we do, it's about what is good for our community. And that is the first consideration we make when in decisions or programming or staffing. We look at what is the best for the community, and we try to focus on that. And again, with the photos there accompanying that slide, it's about education. It's about kids and our future with them in our communities, how safe we can make it for them. So as far as our goals and objectives go, we really need to meet increased demands for service. That's what we'll be focusing on. That will be involved with all of our decision making. And how do we do that? Well, that involves staffing. It involves our vehicles and equipment. It involves technology and budget. And those are all important things. And we all realize that they are very precious, and there's no abundance of any of these. But we're starting to fall behind. As we look at technology, it's impossible for all of us to keep up with technology. It's just so expensive. But if we start falling behind, it takes that much more money to get caught up. We also need to focus on highly skilled employees, and that means we have to look at compensation, the ability to recruit and retain people, how we train them, and in the employee wellness. And that's why we devote so much effort internally to those kinds of things, is taking care of the people that we do have. But we also have to remain competitive, because there's a lot of competition out there in that law enforcement community for the same individuals. And then lastly, community engagement. And that's the continued involvement in engaging our staff, our people, with our community, whether it's chapters, whether it's neighborhood watch programs, whether it's providing educational programs, and even volunteering with our agency in order to be able to be effective out there and to help people help themselves when the time comes. So goals and objectives. Our volunteer programs, we save a lot of money with them. We have a lot of volunteers. I don't know if you counted up, but we're probably between 450 and 500. That's a lot of people, but it's also a lot of dollar savings. So we will continue to look at that. We will continue to see how we can utilize volunteers more effectively with the various duties and responsibilities we have within the county. Continue with community engagement. Again, we want to keep our community safe. We want to help our community help itself in whatever ways we can. Mental health. We'll continue to train our employees with mental health first aid. We're part of that, the Stronger as One program, also part of the Suicide Mortality Review Board, to examine those suicide cases to see how we can further impact suicides within our community. And then looking up to the right, the employee wellness. We can't let go of that. We always have to strive to maintain our employees' mental health and doing whatever we can to support that. Community outreach and service, with our community deputies that we have assigned in various communities, that we have a recruitment committee, an internal group of officers from both detention and patrol that are constantly working on how we can bring in the right people to our organization. Then we will continue to pursue grants or other forms of alternative funding. We're almost at $5 million that we've been able to bring in this year. Been very fortunate. Arizona State Legislature has sent us some money, some for pathways, some for some equipment to assist us with our narcotics task force and prosecuting of crimes, and some communications and response equipment. As far as our communications upgrade, Phase 4 and 5, we still have to complete, and it's adding some towers to communications. It's moving some towers. It's obtaining both mobile and portable radios that are pretty at the end of life now. And we're hoping if we'll continue to work for grants. I think I'm able to get a Homeland Security grant for a small, about 50,000 of that here in the near future. But we will continue to look for other sources of funding to support those projects. We've established this past year the High Country Training Academy. This is to train our law enforcement officers here in conjunction with Coconino Community College and in partnership with Flagstaff Police and NAU. We currently have an academy going on now, and there's great value to this. When we were sending our officers down or recruits down for other training, it would cost us upwards of $85,000 to get them through an academy. We can do that for significantly less money, but it's important that we're able to train our people up here together. We train them in our culture. We train them in our values so that we don't get a person who's been trained according to what Tucson does or trained according to what Yuma does. And then we have to reprogram them when we get them up here back to their home base where they're going to be working. We're also able to provide college credits through CCC when they go through these academies, which is a great benefit and also an encouragement for them to continue on with their education. And again, this saves a tremendous amount of money. We've had a partnership with our detention academy with CCC for 20 years now. And it's been a great relationship, partnership, and we're fortunate that we were able to have that. And CCC is constantly working with us to help enhance that. And again, trying to get college credits provided. Moving on to our jail. You know, our jail is approaching 25 years old. It feels still new, but it's now approaching 25 years. At the time we built that, it was state of the art. And over these 25 years, we've done some very, very minor modifications. We've tried to make things work the way our jail was designed. But the trends that we've seen with more people that are in need of major medical things when they come in the jail, having medical problems, having psychological problems, our current medical does not meet those needs. The design of our booking and release area does not meet those needs. And so those two areas are two-pronged focus of what we're doing in the jail. It's a remodel of intake and booking and a remodel and addition of a whole new medical unit. We currently have 6 medical cells. We're going to be adding more than doubling the amount of jail cells, but we're also going to provide the ability, like a nurse's station you would see in a hospital, that will provide the opportunity to view into all the rooms there. Right now, a suicide watch person is kept in intake. It's kept in our horseshoe, and we're having to physically go check on them. Physically check on them every 15 minutes. This will allow us to observe them from a distance and to be much more proactive in how we manage those people. They're going to be managed by nurses, not by staff, not by detention staff, to try to address those medical issues that many of them have. The detoxing individual, same kind of thing. We're going to be able to deal with them much more effectively with our nursing staff. This will save us money in the long run, but it's ultimately, like I mentioned earlier, this is going to save lives. We've had a couple of deaths in our jail. We realize that. And hopefully this will prevent future deaths from occurring. We're looking at increasing the amount of workspace we have for medical. You know, when we can do our own x-rays inside of our jail, when we can provide more of those services that prior to this we had to take people to the hospital for. That saves money. It keeps people, inmates in our facility. and it keeps our staff in our facility as well. So we're not spending so much time up at the hospital. As far as accomplishments go, I don't think I need to say too much about Pathways. Between Pathways and Exodus, those are our two flagship programs within our jail. But Pathways has been extremely successful for us very early on with that 16% recidivism reduction and almost 2,000 voluntary screenings. With so many people coming into our jail, over 3/4 of the people coming into jail have substance abuse issues. So many of those are going into Pathways, have been assessed while they're in Pathways, and when they come out, they have services waiting for them right there in the facility. Exodus, we continue to see continued success with that. We're very proud of that program as well. We currently have 16 people in our Exodus program, and right now we're studying to see if we're going to be able to open up a female Exodus program. We may be able to do that within the near future. We're determining right now the eligibility of various inmates in the facility. ViaPath, it's a learning opportunity that we want to provide to inmates. And these are tablets where they can obtain courses right over the free use of the tablets, including in all basic ed and GED prep, life skills, a variety of programs that they can obtain. We weren't doing this just a few years ago. 24-hour medical coverage. Now that we have contract medical, we're not having to manage our own medical staff in our jail. It's under contract, and we have a company that is providing this for us now, and it gives us much better coverage. And again, we have better coverage in the PAGE community as well. This last slide here is just, it's what we do. These are the things that we do, and in such a variety of things, whether it's academies, whether it's working with youth programs, whether it's making awards at athletic programs, whether it's our canine, going into our schools, whether it's search and rescue, or whether it's picking up 90+ pounds of fentanyl off the highway. That was what our canine did several months ago in one stop, one vehicle, over 90 pounds. And we have gotten a number of other large loads that they generally don't make the news releases for a variety of reasons, but it's out there and it continues to be a threat. The last thing I'd like to do is to show you a short video. And recently at the last graduation for our academy, Missy Freshour, who is the chief of NAU Police Department, was there, and she was giving the keynote address. And her address was talking about what another agency did, not talking about her own experiences or anything, but talking about what another police agency, our sheriff's office, did that had a tremendous impact on her growing and becoming the chief at NAU. So I will end with this. It's a pretty short video. I think it's 2 or 3 minutes, and we would certainly be available for any questions after that if you have them.
Speaker here today, and I was discussing it with some folks. I kept hearing it's always good to tell stories, and I kind of already told you it's not necessarily my forte, but I have one story for you before we go. A few years ago, we had an NAU employee. His name was Mark, and he worked in finance, so not really with the police department, but he was a colleague. And his wife was also someone that worked on campus that we knew. Unexpectedly, Mark passed away in his sleep one night. A few months later, there was a memorial service, and myself and Deputy Chief Mahalik attended the memorial service. We were in uniform, so we were easily recognizable as law enforcement. A man came up to us and introduced himself to us. He was a family member and also a retired federal agent. Mark and Patty lived out in Doney Park, which is in the Coconino County Sheriff's Office jurisdiction. For some of you that might not be familiar, it's an area with larger land and a lot of folks have animals in that area. Since Mark passed away in his sleep, Patty was alone that morning and called the sheriff's office. All I heard from this family member was how wonderful the deputies were that responded. Multiple times, it's been months later, and that's all he wants to talk to me about at this memorial service. And he's telling me how impressed he was and how well they treated Patty. He talks about the deputies sitting with Patty and helping her through that moment. And then he says, and do you know what else they did? They fed the horses. And he keeps telling me this as he's telling his story. They were so nice to Patty and they fed the horses. Can you believe they fed the horses? And you have to remember, this is a few months after occurring, and this is the one thing he wants to talk about. He was not there that morning. Obviously, Patty shared this with other family members that then got shared with us. But I love this story because it highlights, one, the good that people in our profession do. And it makes me proud that we have partners that have officers and deputies that respond in this manner. But it also highlights that sometimes it's the little things that matter the most to the communities we serve. These small actions can make big and lasting impressions. So in closing, I again want to congratulate you on your accomplishments that have gotten you here today. I want to remind you that knowledge, courage, and a positive attitude will serve you well at all stages of your chosen profession. And I want you to remember, sometimes you just need to feed the horses. Congratulations, Class 3. Be safe.
Okay, well, we've just finished feeding the horses, so if you have any questions at all, we will, I think between all of us, hopefully we can answer them. But again, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your last budget presentation, and you did a lot for your whole Coconino County, whether it's tribal, whether it's locally, throughout the whole Coconino County. You were always there. I would like to know how many Navajo words you know, because you were always on the reservation. I know you say yate.
Yate?
Yes.
Che'e, Belegana Solana. How did I do?
Yeah.
Belegana?
Belegana.
Yes, Belegana Salau,
Yeah.
Sheriff,
he's
Sheriff
a-
Jim Driscoll.
Yeah, he's an
Okay.
Angle police officer or sheriff.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I get a laugh out of that every time I go up on the nation.
Yeah, so, and everyone knows you on there, I know that, because they talk about you all the time and they like to see you, but I will let them know that you're retiring, and, that will be a report that we're going to be doing. So thank you so much. And then for the presentation, always means a lot. So I'm going to give the floor to the Board of Supervisors. Any comments? Supervisor Hess?
Thank you, Vice Chair. Sheriff, it's been great. It's been an honor to meet you. You've always been open and just talk to me. And we got to talk about all your plans, retirement, and because I was digging in, guys. I was asking them all what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? And he had an answer for all of them. So that shows that you really have a lot of trust in your team and your department and the sheriff department as a whole, because it allowed you to dream and allowed you to want to go because you have such a good crew following you. I talked about the legacy last time, and that was my legacy when I left the Army was, will they be able to continue to grow and continue to keep fighting that good fight? And you've got a great team, and they're going to stand by and follow, your words. And the words are always the funniest thing. I every time I talk to some of my soldiers, they're like, hey, remember when you used to say this? And I'm like, I didn't say that. And they're like, yeah, all the time, sir. And I was like, oh, okay. I always told my guys in Iraq, I was like, hey, this is going to suck, but we're going to do really good at it. We're the best. And I don't remember saying that, but I was told I said it a lot. And it was true. It was always hot. It was always scary. And it was always something where we always had to be present. And I think that's what you've really done. I looked at your values. Values mean a lot to service members, as you know. But the biggest one on there is your last one. I think you did that on purpose, is your collaboration. Because that communication, both up and down, as you stated, is, as you stated, key. It's the most important thing, because you got to know what you're stepping into when you go out to a tent where somebody's obviously crying for help, but also scared and worried and it doesn't trust people. So your sheriffs are doing a great job out there. Your deputies are doing a great job, and always looking out for each other, which is the biggest thing. When you guys are spread out as much as you are. I wanted to thank you for your employee mental health. I think that's the biggest thing, looking at it from my point of view. Obviously, mental health across the board, and you stated that many times, but the employee mental health, your guys and girls are seeing stuff that's not the best, not the funnest, not the thing that lets them sleep good at night. So for you to have that set up for them, an app is probably, for this generation, probably the smartest thing we could ever think of. And the Army hasn't embraced that yet. So you guys are leading the way with that. And I'm sure you're not the only department. But I really want to applaud that. I think that's probably that it's hard to ask for help, especially when you're the person that works so others may live, as you said. You guys are in the trenches, and I want to appreciate all of your fighters out there. They're doing the good job. The ID theft, man, that's cool. Because my parents have, in the days of Craigslist, when it was real, my dad would call me, "Hey, what do you think about this deal?" I was like, "Well, if it's too good to be true, Dad, it's too good to be true. So let's just skip that one." And they've learned, but they got bit a couple times, and I've had to teach them. And so I think it's honorable that you're getting out there and really teaching them, everybody in the county. Those scams are really, it hurts the people that they're on their last leg. $1,000 to them could put them in the hurt locker and put them out on the streets. So I really appreciate that. And I think that's awesome. Education. You stated it so many times, the education for the children, the youth that are coming up. It's a strange time we're living in, and you know better than I that the COVID, as you stated, and this life right now, I mean, this TikTok world that we're in, it's sound bites, and it's hard to get them to really sit down and listen to you. And I think that's great. And we talked about the active shooter that's going to happen, or the training. That's on the 20th, you said. So I'm going to definitely make my way out to that. I'm going to put that on my calendar, as we talked about, Brett. So again, the values are the most important thing. And I think you've hit those 100%. And I really appreciate that. And keep fighting a good fight. And you've left a great legacy. So continue, have fun this last year.
Thank you.
Supervisor Horstman?
I didn't know if it was somebody in line or not. So, Sheriff, as always, it's great to see you. And, I'm glad it's your last budget, but we will miss you. And we certainly wish you all the best in your retirement. And I want to know all those great places in West Yellowstone. I have learned a lot already about those great locations. And you're right. And my colleagues are also stating that, Brett Oxland, he's been with you, as has your team, for a long time. You've done a great job of mentoring, training, and leaving a legacy. Large shoes to fill, but you have trained them well to do exactly that, and to continue the kind of service that everybody in Coconino County expects out of the sheriff's office. And, just a couple of comments, on that. You're exactly right. They want to see you. It's really unusual, because a lot of places, they don't want to see law enforcement, but not here in Coconino County. They want to see you, and they want to see you all over. They want to see you in places that never wanted to see you, but they want to see you now. And I think that really speaks volumes of the work that you as a department have done here in Coconino County. You are, the Sheriff's Department is a part, an integral part, an absolutely a meshed part of our community here throughout Coconino County. I think that speaks volumes. It is looked at as community members. I think that's why you have such a great volunteer service going, because people see them as part of working with you, because you have worked with parts of the community. I go to a lot of events, and I've got to say, I think you go to more. And you and your staff, you're always there. You're always seen. You're always there to help. You're always there to educate. You're always there, quite frankly, just to talk to folks. And I think that means a lot to people here in Coconino County. And it's built the trust that you really need to be able to do your job and to do the job we need done for Coconino County. So it's a product of your success, because they want you out there everywhere. And I know that's something that we as the board are going to have to look at in depth, wherever I go in the small areas outside here of Flagstaff, in the Tucson and Kaibab Estates and other places that my colleagues also represent. They're wanting to see more deputies. They're wanting to have more involvement in the communities. And we have a county that is large in geographical area that we need to cover, but small in population. But when you add to that population, you always say this, and you didn't say this time. When you add to that population the fact that we bring in almost 5 million people just to the Grand Canyon alone, not to mention the other sites across Coconino County, the fact that we are right off of I-40, the fact that in 17, and we're really a cross-section of transportation in the West, it really requires more services and more service delivery to, quite frankly, handle matters that are way outside just our population and way outside just the needs of our community members. And that's, something that we will have to do what we can to address as we move forward. And then, I understand that the jail 25 years seems, you're right, like new. I remember when that was being built. I remember when you were looking to get the property. But the needs are always ever changing, and they'll continue to do so. I know we've been talking about the Sally Port, and the cost of the Sally Port is even greater than the original cost of the jail was back 25 years ago. And so we have all of these. It's not a lack of needs. It's really of how are we going to get these needs addressed. And I know that's something that you and your staff deal with all the time. I want to commend you on the great successes that the share and innovation, top innovation and ideas really in the country. Pathways to Community is just absolutely fabulous. Before that, the Exodus program, and I hope that's been reinstituted since COVID. Another really important. The fact that we are dealing with the underlying issues of incarceration and, quite frankly, crime, and that's mental health and behavioral health. And, the Sheriff's Department have been leaders. Usually, quite frankly, in many communities, the Sheriff's Department's the last to get on board, but not here in Coconino County. Sheriff's Department has been one of the first out of the gate to do and advocate for that. So I want to thank you for your innovation, your concern and heart for Coconino County. And we look forward to working with Brett and the rest of the team you're leaving behind. And we want to get updates from you on what you're doing out there. I have a feeling we're going to see you about town and yeah, probably out in the streams. So, but thank you. And we'll look forward to getting more into the weeds on the dollars and cents as we move forward. So thank you. Thank you for your service, all of you. Really, you make Coconino County great. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Vasquez?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the presentation, Sheriff Driscoll. I really appreciate seeing the overview of where we're at this year and the growth in the Sheriff's Office. Really appreciate your leadership and gonna miss you as you retire, but understand that you put in your work and it's time, and know that you're leaving the department in good hands. So we really appreciate your service. Not too many people can say they've been in a department for almost 50 years, or I'm not sure if it's 50 already, but I know it's pretty close, and that's very impressive. So thank you for all your public service. And as I've gotten to know the sheriff's department and the different areas, I really appreciate all the different areas that our sheriff's office works in. Pathways to Community program is an amazing program. I'm really looking forward to seeing the upgrades to the facility to help maximize that program. But it's just those numbers are really important because our community really needs help in transitioning folks who have gotten into the justice system and get back on their feet. And that's one way that I've seen that our sheriff's office has done a great job in helping folks move forward with their lives. And so thank you. And I really look forward to seeing how the sheriff's office develops and grows after your leadership, but that's your legacy of who you left there and how it'll be moving forward. And so again, just thank you to you and your team, and look forward to hearing about all your adventures in retirement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have a Supervisor Fowler on the line?
I'm here, Madam Vice Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Sheriff, you started off with an emotional video and end with emotional video. I guess the work that is done for people, all the various issues that all the people that you encounter have a great need. And it's energy that is taken from you rather than being brought positive back into you. So your staff and really take in a lot. So much protection has to be done for you to stay upbeat and stay positive. And it's just really overwhelming to see what your department is dealing with, and just public, all of our departments, our community outreach that we're all doing. And then I just find it just really emotional just to know how much. I mean, every year it's like that, but it's just increasing. You know, just over 100 for search and rescue, and we have to go to the legislators to be able to get help with that too, because we have a great relationship with King County. And then having your staff being out 20 at a time and leaving, having to the others do overtime. And overtime, I guess, can be good, but at the same time, it leads to overwork and still emotional or stress. And then just the need, you know, just the need for more staff, and just the need for to meet the demands of the community. We've been trying to, advocate in Congress to help us with the force and the federal agencies to rehire their law enforcement, and they haven't done that. That would help a great deal, and just the relationship there. And then having to deal with all of what's before you and trying to address everything, then we have to deal with the state and its legislations. Just how do we how do we educate our legislators better? How does that work, you know? I know the non-native crime on tribal lands. In a way, I think that's good because was reported that they get caught in between tribal justice system and the county, and I guess that's what you're working through right now. And we really believe in making sure our staff are taken care of and that they are supported with their retirement. But you know, how do we pay for that? We have an expenditure limit that we have to that we're dealing with as well, that we have to ask our voters to allow us to increase. And with all the needs that is before us, how do we pay? All, you know, funding comes in and it increases our potential getting closer to that the expenditure limit threshold that we have to really be careful with. So we are dealing with a lot. And now I was just I know you brought up the towers before. It sounds like it's more of an issue now. And I was wondering if that could be part of the broadband initiative that we have. I don't know if we can use that and the broadband at the same time and create some kind of partnership there. And just the mental health, and then hiring more nurses, and the detention center becoming a medical center for people that are in need that probably cannot pay outside of the detention center, and they at least they get help at the detention center with the medical needs that they may have, from dental to getting back on their medication and having to be cared for by the nurses. It's just a lot. So I just want to thank you for your years of service. It's just been a joy to work with you since you came on, and out in the community, just like everyone says, you know, you've done these community trainings from CERT to just people knowing that, you know, situational awareness. I think about that because I attend that training, making sure that you look around, you have your keys in hand, you know, just a little, you know, who would teach you that? Our sheriff does. And I think that's just the care that to be able to dream up an idea like that, you know, like teaching people about the scam that is there now, and just being able to have everybody, a large community of the sheriff's department and detention moving in the same direction to a goal of just caring for people and being able to help them a little bit so they can help themselves. I think it's just what you've done and what your staff has done and will continue to do is just absolutely amazing to me, because you know, usually at jail or sheriff's department, law enforcement, like as it was mentioned, usually it's the last place to go. It's the place to fear. So just really want to thank you. Just thank you and your staff for all that you're doing, and all that's going to be continued for people that are in great need. And a lot of times these are the very people that need help but don't know how to ask for help, or don't even realize that they do need help. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And again, and I just want to say a little bit more. I just just wanted to say that, going a long ways and working with people, you have to have a lot of, respect and love for what you do and the people out there. And also to, you're always willing to help, in any way that you can. And then, just really advocating for them of their needs, if it's funding, whether at all levels, things like that. So, and your knowledge, I guess your knowledge and your vision that you had for your department is really showing. And I know that you passed that on to your colleagues, and they're in good hands, I feel, because they see you do it, and they seen you talk about it. So, and then being open and being visible in the community means, that says a lot too, and that's what you have been doing. It didn't matter where it was, you were always there, and people acknowledge you for that. And and just being open to like traditional ceremonies or sweat lodges in the jail system, that's a part that really would help, a lot of Native Americans out there to get back on their feet, and then to think and to get them help. And then also the pathway search, and also the mental health portion of this whole thing, that's a basis for a lot of these things and why people show up. And I always talk about veterans, how they really need help, because they've gone through a lot, combat, some of them have never made it back. Some of them were killed in action by by them, what, maybe their friends or whatever, things. There's a lot that happens that triggers somebody's mind just like that, and that's how they get into a lot of these things. So I just want to say that, I guess at the bottom line is, again, I just want to say thank you so much, and treat people, if you treat people the way you want to be treated, that's it, you're just out there, and and you're throwing your weight around or whatever, people are not gonna, really care for that. And but it's just the way you dealt with people. I've seen that too. So, and not only staff, people, but staff as a whole, and the board. Thank you so much. And Sango, what, I just want to say thank you again. And others that I wanted to speak to, the other my colleagues had already spoken about it. So we make it sound like you're leaving tomorrow, but and one thing I was going to ask you was, how are you on your budget? Are you going to be asking for something, or are you okay with your budget for this coming year, or?
There's some needs that we do have.
Okay. Okay. So we'll give him everything that he needs for his budget.
Okay.
Thank you.
If I could, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, before the sheriff leaves, definitely the service to the community comes with substantial investments. And so we had a very important meeting this morning with the jail budget staff and leadership, areas of staffing, vehicles, equipment, technology, operating budget, all of these areas in the support, the detention, patrol are much needed. And so, it certainly is, we're very pleased to have all the overview, but the hard work comes when we have to start looking at the resources we have and the needs we have. But I will say right now that the sheriff's operation is going to be in need of substantial investments in those areas. And that's every year. It's not a 1 year, every year. In addition to the sheriff's office, all the departments, for the most part, see increasing demands and requests for public service and support. And that's what we're here to do. That's what we're here to do. So again, the next part of the discussion with departments and elected officials will come in the form of the budget retreats. And one thing I do want to say that, sometimes some folks may ask, well, if we don't have the funding for it, would we just say, let's not ask for it? And I say no, because then we'll never know what build out looks like. I think every department and elected officer at the county could use substantially more budget, but if we don't have it, I, as your manager, am not going to say, I don't want to know what you need because we can't fund it. That's not how management works. Management works is when we know what the vision is, we know what build out looks like, We know what the investments in human capital as well as the physical capital is. And it's pretty good to have a vision that is bold, that requires investment. And while we hopefully, well, maybe one of these years we'll get there, but it's okay to see a big project ahead, knowing that, we'll take some incremental steps to get there. But again, that's the process we have, is to make a budget work within our limitations. But we certainly don't want to limit the vision and the visionary leadership we have here with our elected folks and appointed department heads. Thank you.
Thank you for being here, everyone, and we'll go ahead and take a break and return for the regular meeting at 6 p.m. Good evening, everyone. Thanks for being here with us this evening for our regular meeting. I now call the meeting to order. Supervisors, will you please introduce yourself?
Good evening, everyone. Thank you all for being here, and thank you for those that are online for joining us here tonight for our County Board of Supervisors meeting. My name is Patrice Horseman, and I am the supervisor for District 1.
District Supervisor Vasquez?
Good evening, everyone. This is two and current chair. I apologize for not being in person, but I am joining virtually. Thank you for being here.
Supervisor Hess, District 3.
Yes, good evening. My name is Adam Hess. I'm the supervisor for District 3.
Good evening again. My name is Judy Begay, District 4 Supervisor, current Vice Chair. District 5 Supervisor, Lena Fowler.
She is not on yet, Supervisor Begay.
I will be doing the call to the public now. I will be reading a statement here. We will now have the call to the public to allow for any comments from the public. Please note that issues presented during the call to the public that are not on the agenda cannot be acted on by the Board of Supervisors. For items not on the agenda, individual supervisors may ask questions of the public, but are prohibited by the open meeting law from discussing or considering the item. If you would like to make comments regarding the public hearing item number 24, please hold your comments for the public hearing. Only the speaker who has been called upon is authorized to speak. To encourage and respect the expression of all views, we are asking that there be no clapping, booing, or shouts of either approval or disagreement from the audience. We ask that all attendees and speakers be respectful, that this is a public meeting, and avoid using profane, derogatory, or insulting language. Individuals are limited to 3 minutes for their comments. We will take public comments from those in the room first, and then we'll take the public comments from those who have joined us virtually. Clerk Daly, will you please explain how the public can participate?
Thank you, Chair Begay. At this time, if there is anyone that has joined us that would like to provide a public comment here in person, we do have the orange forms by the door. If you fill that out and bring that to me, then I'll call you up to the podium to speak. If you've joined us by Zoom virtually, you can hit the raise hand icon that will appear if you hover towards the bottom of your screen. It looks like a hand. If you click on that hand, that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. If you've joined by telephone, you can hit *9, and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. We do have several comment forms. I'm going to go ahead and call the first form we have. Phoenix Eskridge Aldama, if you can please come up and state your name and address for the record, then we will start the clock for 3 minutes for your comment.
Eskridge Aldama, 2556 West Clement Circle, Flagstaff 86001. Hi, my name is Phoenix Eskridge Aldama. I'm a second-year PhD student in the Earth Sciences and Environmental Sustainability program at NAU. I am coming to you again today to provide an update about fleet electrification. When I last addressed this board, I presented the concept of fleet electrification as part of a broader strategy to address climate change. And today I bring an update from Pima County showcasing their priority climate action plan, a comprehensive strategy where fleet electrification is a significant component, but not the sole focus. Pima County's action plan serves as a valuable example of proactive environmental stewardship. By securing a $1 million grant through the EPA, they have set in motion a plan that includes a series of deliberate steps towards reducing emissions and improving air quality. The transition of public fleets to electric vehicles is a move that aligns with their goals of addressing environmental injustices, enhancing public health, and nurturing a clean energy economy. Their fleet electrification efforts are measured and considerate, involving the careful integration of EV charging infrastructure and a 5-year plan of transitioning their vehicle fleet. This balanced approach is what we in Coconino County can model our efforts after. It's about making informed, responsible changes that align with our capabilities and resources. Our own plan should consider the specific needs and opportunities of our community, of course, ensuring that it reflects our unique environmental and social landscape. We strongly believe that our residents support this change, as evidenced by the signatures gathered on Northern Arizona Climate Change Alliance's fleet electrification petition. But we believe a survey of the county residents might be one of the first steps, just to ensure support for this issue. And we are looking to the County Board of Supervisors to make decisions to secure a living, thriving environment for generations to come. As a graduate student deeply engaged in the study of our planet and its future, I see fleet electrification as a pivotal step in our county's journey towards sustainability. And I am grateful for the opportunity to discuss this vital issue with you and look forward to contributing to a plan that places Coconino County at the forefront of environmental innovation and responsibility. And I was just made aware of an Earth Day proclamation that we'll be announcing today. And I think that this goal of addressing climate action or performing climate action and addressing climate change really aligns with that proclamation. So thank you. Thank you for all you do for the county and for supporting a sustainable future.
Supervisor Horseman.
Just want to thank you again and appreciate the information you presented.
Supervisor Hess.
Phoenix, thank you for bringing this up again. I really appreciate it. You're bringing some knowledge to us, and this is something for us definitely to dig into the knowledge and get some information back. So it's good. Thank you.
Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate the presentation and the comments, and just please continue coming and sharing us this information about climate change, because it's important that we all know. So thank you.
Supervisor Fowler.
She's not on the meeting yet.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing the climate change issue to us, and we are aware, and we all need to make sure that we're looking at things, that can help us to do that. So it's very important that we do, because of a lot of things that we're encountering right now. So thank you so much and for bringing this topic to us. Thank you.
Chair Begay, we do have more comments. Next person I have is Joe Bader. Joe, if you can come to the podium and state your name and address for the minutes, and then we'll set the clock for 3 minutes.
Good evening. Hello, my name is Joe Bader. I live at 1700 Linda Vista Drive in Flagstaff. Chairman Vasquez, Vice Chair Begay, members of the board. On behalf of a coalition of about 328 residents of Coconino County, we are asking you to pass a resolution, which you have in your possession in an email sent to you a few days ago by Eva Putzova, calling for a permanent ceasefire and a just resolution of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Same resolution was presented to the Flagstaff City Council several weeks ago, and it will be on their agenda in the near future. To recap what we all know today, over 33,000 Palestinian residents of Gaza have been killed, 75,000 wounded, at least 13,000 children killed. The UN reports that more children have been killed in Gaza in 4 months than have been killed globally between 2019 and 2022. 1/4 of the population is close to famine, and several dozen children have already starved to death. This will only get worse unless the war on Gaza stops immediately and massive amounts of aid are allowed in. Despite some promising news reports, the destruction of Gaza and suffering of its people continues unabated, including the recent horrific targeted killings of World Central Kitchen aid workers. Given that our tax dollars are being used to provide the weapons Israel is using to commit what many feel is a genocide, this is an urgent moral issue that we all need to take a stand against. If you vote to place this on your agenda for a full discussion and adopt the ceasefire resolution, you will be in good company. In addition to the wishes of your county constituents, at least 100 communities around the nation, including South Tucson, Arizona, have adopted various ceasefire resolutions. 2/3 of American voters across the political spectrum support a permanent ceasefire: Democrats, Republicans, and independents. Elected bodies at all levels have taken stands on national and international issues in the past, from Vietnam to ending apartheid in South Africa to immigration rights, climate justice, and many other important issues. And you can do the same by taking a stand in support of a ceasefire in Gaza. The misery being inflicted on Gaza now and its impact on the people in the region and in our own country is county business. There are people in Coconino County who have family and friends in Gaza, the West Bank, and in Israel. And there has been a rise in Islamophobia, anti-Arab sentiment, and anti-Semitism nationally as a result of this war, which can impact us here as well. Putting this on your regular agenda and then voting to adopt a ceasefire resolution that will be sent to our congressional representatives and to the president can provide political pressure that could stop the killing and move towards a just resolution of the Palestinian-Israeli conflict. Thank you.
Supervisor Horstman.
Thanks, Joe. We appreciate the information.
Next comment card we have is Kim Curtis. Kim, if you can come up to the podium, state your name and address for our minutes, and we'll set the clock for 3.
My name is Kim Curtis. I live at 1805 North Beaver Street in Flagstaff. And I'm here to support the ceasefire resolution. And Joe and I did not coordinate what we are going to say. So I'm really grateful to have the opportunity to speak out in public. Like many people, I have suffered privately night after night as I cooked my dinner and listened to and watched the reporting on the horrifying war in Gaza. I'll make 3 points in my appeal to you to use the power of your position to publicly call for a ceasefire. First, you would not be alone in doing so. As Joe said, as of March, over 100 localities across the U.S. passed similar resolutions, and that number will undoubtedly grow swiftly as after Israel's lethal air attack last week on the U.S.-based humanitarian aid group, the World Central Kitchen, an Israeli attack that targeted 3 marked cars, one after the other, killing all 7 aid workers who had just made a food drop. This is not the first of such attacks. To date, 196 aid workers have died in this war, but it was grisly, and it has been covered widely. Other elected bodies will refuse to remain silent. You won't be alone. Second, this is a critical moment for you to speak out. High-level opposition is growing. 40 members of Congress, including former Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi, are calling on the Biden administration to halt all new arms transfers to Israel. We are their #1 arms supplier, as you probably know. Senator Elizabeth Warren has recently spoken out, saying that the International Criminal Court has ample evidence to rule that Israel's war in Gaza constitutes a genocide. And for the first time since his unconditional support of Israel, President Biden has told Israeli Prime Minister that unless they allow humanitarian aid into Gaza, which they have been systematically blocking, and where there is now acute malnutrition and starvation, mostly among children, unless they stop blocking aid, Biden has said there will be consequences. Yet these are still empty words. He has identified no concrete consequences. He needs to hear from all of us at all levels of government. Finally, and third, Israel has just announced it has set a date for a long-promised ground invasion of Rafah, the southernmost city of Gaza, where the Israeli army has driven and cornered 1.4 million desperate, displaced, and defenseless people. It will be an extermination. I hope you are not troubled that this resolution is somehow inappropriate for the mandates of your office. Taxes across this county are being used to supply U.S. arms to Israel for this war. Our money could be very differently allocated, and lobbying for how our money is allocated is, of course, an important part of what you do. Thank you so much.
Okay, next comment card we have Chair Begay is Elena Sahaklia. If you can please state your name and address for the minutes, and then we'll set the clock for 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Elena Sajadia. I live at 1400 South Knowles Drive.
So greetings to the board. As I said, my name is Elena Sejadia. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm a Master of Public Health student at NAU, a graduate assistant, and the president for the Students for Justice in Palestine Club at NAU. I'm also the daughter of a Palestinian immigrant and the granddaughter of a Palestinian Nakba survivor. I'm here to encourage you to add a ceasefire resolution to your future agenda. I have family in Palestine, and I have been learning about Palestinian resistance and their fight for freedom since I was little. I've also been writing about it from a health and social justice lens for the past 6 years at school. We have to recognize that weaponizing Jewish trauma to kill Palestinians will not make Jewish people safer. Anti-Semitism is never okay, but Palestinian freedom is not synonymous with Jewish oppression. Anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism. It has been horrifying to watch the Western media and our federal government paint Palestinian people as animalistic terrorists when they are simply trying to live full lives. Refusal to add this resolution to a future agenda and consequently adopt it represents the acceptance of these harmful stereotypes as the views of this board. This issue matters to the people of so-called Flagstaff. It matters to the indigenous tribes whose lands we stand on right now. It matters to the Palestinian people of this community who need to be supported and protected. It matters to the allies who understand the importance of solidarity work and humanity. It matters to a plethora of student and community groups who have mobilized in support of Palestine these last few months. I've seen it with my eyes. It's incredible. This matters to all of us, and it should matter to you too. It is essential that this resolution is added to a future agenda and adopted as a resolution in so-called Flagstaff. Thank you.
Thank you. Next comment card we have is Eric Deshini. You can come up to the podium, state your name and address for the minutes, and we'll set the clock for 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Eric Deschini, 830 North Turquoise Drive. Excuse me. I am here to support the ask to add the subject matter of a ceasefire resolution to your next agenda. I echo the words that you've heard prior, particularly the words by Joe Bader. One of the things that I think, in addition to the nexus of tax dollars and joining us to the standing policy of this country as it relates to the wherewithal and the livelihoods and the future of an enormous amount of folks who have been either killed or their lives changed forever. The nexus also is one of trauma. Indigenous peoples in this particular area are experiencing intergenerational trauma at the hands of colonization. Some of you are probably familiar with Department of Interior's assessments and research and study and deliverables specific to the unearthing or the identification of a lot of our children who were taken from our families and murdered at U.S.-sponsored boarding schools, and likewise in Canada. Myself and many others of my relatives and communities and nations and others, we still are dealing with those effects. When we see the images and we see the reports, be it on television, independent media, social media, what have you, it just triggers all of this. It's something that we have to essentially experience. And I find myself asking, or actually rather stating, that I'm glad that the United States 100 years ago, 200 years ago, didn't have the arms and the weapons that we are selling and giving to Israel to use on Diné or Navajo and many other tribes. I'm grateful that the United States didn't have that type of military capacity, because I probably wouldn't be here. And so from a taxpayer standpoint, from a human standpoint, and also from an indigenous standpoint, I think it's incumbent upon us as a community to continue this conversation. There's a whole lot of relevance, and I think that there's a whole lot of good power that can be leveraged on a go-forward basis stemming from this body and others. So thank you.
Thank you, Chair Begay. That's all the comment cards we have. If there's anyone else in the room that would like to make a comment at this time, you can make your way up to the podium, state your name and address for the record. Again, if you've joined us virtually, you can hit the raise hand icon. That will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. And if you've joined by telephone, you can hit *9, and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. And at this time, Chair Begay, we do not have any hands raised.
Okay, thank you for the comments, and I'd like to turn the time over to Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, all of you that came and spoke on this. Enough's enough. This has been a situation that's tearing up the world in terms of seeing what's happening to the people in Palestine. The children should not be suffering the way they are. Journalists should not be targeted the way they are. Health and aid workers should not be targeted the way they have been, and it needs to stop. And so I just wanted to say that I'm in favor of putting the resolution on an agenda, and thank you for bringing this to our attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Vasquez. So we'll go ahead and move on the agenda then.
Just one thing,
Okay.
I appreciate everybody from the community who came forward to speak. I think it's important to hear what our community members are concerned about and bring it forward. Certainly, this is something that we all are seeing every single day in the newspapers, on TV, and affecting our lives. So we really appreciate you bringing this forward and appreciate you being here with us this evening. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, going on the agenda, we're going to the proclamations. We do have 3 proclamations. We'll go ahead and have the first one. Go ahead and turn it over to Manager Peru.
Good afternoon. This is Andy Bertelson, Deputy County Manager. Thank you, Vice Chair Begay. It's my understanding that Supervisor Horseman will be reading the proclamation. The first one on the agenda is consideration and possible action to approve a proclamation for Paul Babbitt Jr., Remembrance Day, April 14th, 2024. So Supervisor Horseman, if you're prepared to read the.
Yes, thank you. And this is obviously a very sad time for part of the Coconino County family and quite frankly for Flagstaff. We do have Paul Babbitt here, Paul III, and who will probably afterwards make some comments. And I know that members of Coconino County staff as well as the board probably have some comments to make. So I'm going to read the proclamation, move it in for a motion and for a vote, and then hopefully afterwards take some comments. So thanks, Paul, for joining us here today. Whereas Paul Babbitt Jr. served on the Coconino County Board of Supervisors from 18 years, from 1986 to 2004, serving many times as the chair. And whereas Babbitt spent his entire life working for the people and advancement of Coconino County and Flagstaff, also serving on the Flagstaff City Council from 1976 to 84, and from mayor from 1980 to 1984. And whereas at board meetings, Babbitt was thoughtful and contemplative, an encyclopedia of Northern Arizona, who shared his leadership skills, insight, knowledge, and whereas he was instrumental in preserving and protecting our beautiful lands, including the designation of Grand Staircase Escalante National Monument, preserving Dry Lake, closing Vulcan Mine, and securing the Francis McAllister property for the Arboretum of Flagstaff. And whereas he represented Northern Arizona in numerous capacities, including the Arizona Growing Smarter Initiative, the Arizona Preservation Initiative, and worked to further conservation through the creation of Coconino Rural Environment Corp., and Friends of Coconino County Parks. And whereas Babbitt helped develop, approve, and implement Coconino County Comprehensive Plan, Regional Plan, Capital Plan, Parks and Open Space Plan, Flagstaff Community Wildfire Protection Plan, and Greater Flagstaff Forest Partnerships. And whereas Paul Babbitt understood the needs of Northern Arizona, having been a member of a Northern Arizona pioneer family that settled in Flag in the 1980s, and whose family started successful ranches, general stores, and trading posts. And whereas Paul Babbitt Jr. spent a lifetime in public service, however, his source of joy and strength came from his family, and enjoyed the delights of fatherhood in raising his children, Marnie and Lito, with Mary, his loving wife and partner in all things. And and therefore, be it resolved, in the spirit of remembering and honoring the life of Paul Babbitt Jr.'s contribution to Coconino County, we do hereby declare Sunday, April 14th, 2004, as Paul Babbitt Jr. Day of Remembrance, and call upon all residents to reflect on his life and everlasting legacy. Signed and sealed this 9th day of April 2024. I'd also like to state just for the record that we've received word that the governor will in fact fly the Arizona flag at half staff at the state capitol on April 14th. With that, I at this time would move that we designate April 14th, 2024 as Paul Babbitt Jr. Remembrance Day and accept the proclamation as read.
I second.
Made by Supervisor Horseman. Are there any questions, comments? If not, there being none, all in favor say aye.
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 Oppose? Abstain? Thank you.
And I'm assuming that there will be a number of people on the board, maybe they'd like to make comments. Paul, you want to talk first or last? All right.
Supervisor Hess.
Yes, thank you. Paul, we got to talk for a quick minute. Very, very good to meet you, and so very proud to be a Coconino County supervisor during this time to follow in those ginormous shoes. I mean, that guy's an amazing man, and you should be very, very proud. I know you are. And I'm just telling you, I'm proud to have been in this seat following in that person's footsteps. It's an amazing day, and I can't wait to celebrate his life because his accomplishments need to be celebrated and remembered. And thank you for coming. Appreciate this.
Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you. This is a sad time, but a time to rejoice and remember one of our former colleagues who was on the board for many, many years. 18 years is a long time to serve on the board, and he was part of some very important decisions for Coconino County, and it's a great honor to celebrate his life, and I look forward to the viewing on the 14th. And I just want to say to his family, you know, you have our condolences and thank you for his public service because you lived it right there with him. And so thank you for all that you've done to help support him during these times when he was able to help guide our county through some tumultuous times. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Vasquez. Supervisor Horseman.
Yes, and thank you, Vice Chair. And I think the proclamation does a great job of saying a lot how we feel. I knew Paul Babbitt Jr. most of my adult life, and it certainly is a huge loss to Coconino County and Flagstaff, but he did so much. And we read a little bit, and by the way, this is just a little bit of what he was able to accomplish throughout his service to Coconino County. And for that, we are forever grateful, and we live on what he has done for us. And we now it's our turn. We need to move it forward, and we need to keep Coconino County in the kind of state that he would want us to keep it in. And we moved forward on many of the projects that, quite frankly, he started. He was a giant for us here in Coconino County, and his and what he leaves for us, his legacy will be everlasting. And we need to remember that as we move forward, both as supervisors and as staff members and as community members here in Coconino County. We're a community. He helped to build this community, and we have a responsibility to carry this community, build it in a positive way, open way, diverse way forward. So, Paul, thank you for being here on behalf of your family. Really appreciate that. And please give our condolences and our hugs to your family, your mom and to Marnie and the rest of the family.
Supervisor Fowler?
Supervisor Fowler is not on the meeting.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for allowing us to have this proclamation read. And I know that for years he's been a public servant, and everything that's in the resolution speaks, to how he was and how he's worked out there. And I just want to add one little piece to that is when I was a little girl, we used to do trading with him. I remember my grandparents taking rugs over there, and then they would trade off a lot of things, just food, whatever they could agree upon. So that I remember like it happened yesterday. But I just want to say thank you to you and your family for being there for the communities all over, even with the Native tribes, indigenous people that he dealt with. Thank you so much. And certainly condolences to you and your family. And, just thankful you're here for them. Thank you. Manager Peru?
Madam Chair, very quickly, on behalf of the staff here at Coconino County, we offer our condolences to a friend, a mentor, a leader, someone we looked up to, and someone who was very quiet and contemplative. And oftentimes there might be a couple of minutes of awkward silence when we went to Paul's office and we wanted to talk about an item. And he wanted to think about the question or the conversation. His words were well chosen, and he needed to have that time to give a good answer because, for many of us that grew up at the county, we wouldn't be in the places we are if we didn't have someone like Mr. Babbitt, Paul, our friend, our mentor, to be there with us. And so he was always one to provide great advice. He was, always said, take the long-term view. Let's not jump too quickly. And his sage advice was very well respected and needed. And I can honestly say, I wouldn't be in the position I am today if I hadn't had the guidance and the support from someone like Paul. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Burleson?
Thank you, Vice Chair Begay. I would always say Paul Babbitt made the mistake of first hiring me at Coconino County. And I remember sitting in his office and he was reviewing my resume. He said, I was 24 at the time, and he said, it's quite a resume, Mr. Bertelson. And it frightened me. And then he gave me the big smile. And that set the standard for professionalism for me personally, for our organization. It's who he was. And he brought himself to the work. And he, the other supervisor that I worked with at the time was Supervisor Matt Ryan, and talk about quite the juxtaposition. But they were kindred spirits in that they both had these amazing sense of humor, their sense of humor, both of them, and the commitment to the work. And so flash forward to today, and a highlight of my modern career has been working with Senator Kelly's office and his son, Paul Babbitt, talking about forest restoration. And we're so fortunate to be here today with that legacy, and the legacy is strong, and we'll keep moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Vice
Sue,
Chair, members
Riley?
of the board. Thank you, Vice Chair. Just a quick note. When I started in 1998, Supervisor Babbitt, I think may have been the chair that year, but he was the chair several years. And I remember the smile, and I remember in particular his cohort, Supervisor Ryan. They would get together and they would whisper to each other, and then they would giggle like kids. And when Supervisor Babbitt or Chair Babbitt at the time, he would sit back in his chair and he would smile this huge smile, and he was fixing to say something very funny. But he taught a lot to all the young staff who came before him. He always gave you a history on the important matters of the day. He told you where they started, what their revisions were over time, and what was happening that day. And we learned so much from that. The history of Coconino County, and not any one part of its history. Its geological history, perhaps, its astrological history, all of those things. There was no thing about Coconino County Supervisor Babbitt did not know. It seemed to flow in him and out to us. And we were always terribly grateful for that because it grounded us in who we were as public servants in Coconino County. And I'm forever grateful for that. And I'm really forever grateful for that camaraderie he brought to the board and with staff as well. It grew us upright. So a thank you to the Babbitt family and to him always. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. You're up next.
I'm Paul Babbitt. I would like to thank you all for this resolution. I know my sister would like to thank you as well. Unfortunately, she can't be here because she took after her dad and is a public servant and he's in a town meeting down in Clark. I know my mom also really appreciates this, but is a little grief stricken and couldn't quite make it. So that leaves me here. I will try to be quick. It's a trying time in the world. And I think the fact that you as a board are taking a moment to reflect upon leaders of the past who were deliberative, who were contemplative, who took the time to make sure they were having an impact with everyone they knew, is really what this community is. So thank you. This means a ton to me, means a ton to our whole family.
Thank you.
You guys first. Okay. Right here for the, okay, 3, 2, and 1. Thank you so much.
Okay, on to number 2 on the proclamation consideration and possible action to approve a proclamation designating April 24th as National County Government Month.
Thank you, Vice Chair
Andy?
Begay. This is Andy Bertelson, Deputy County Manager, and it's my honor to introduce Rashida Saminsky, our Public Fiduciary, Israel Garcia with our Juvenile Probation Office, and online is Brooke Holliday with our Health and Human Services Group in our Page community.
Thank you. Thank you. Before I destroy it. Okay. Whereas the nation's 3,069 counties serving more than 330 million Americans provide essential services to create healthy, safe, and vibrant communities. And whereas counties fulfill a vast range of responsibilities and deliver services that touch nearly every aspect of our residents' and visitors' lives. And whereas Coconino County and all counties take pride in our responsibility to protect and enhance the health, well-being, and safety of our residents in efficient and cost-effective ways. And
whereas under the leadership of the National Association of Counties, Coconino County is highlighting county leadership through the lens of Forward Together, celebrating the role of county governments in connecting, inspiring, and leading in intergovernmental partners. And whereas the role includes the responsibility to inspire county residents to engage with their communities and to lead by highlighting our strengths as governmental partners. And whereas each year since 1991, the National Association of Counties has encouraged counties across the country to elevate awareness of county responsibilities, programs, and services. And
whereas each and every day, the over 1,100 employees of Coconino County across diverse fields step forward together to deliver high-quality, impactful service to the residents and visitors of Coconino County to meet the needs of the community. And now, therefore, we do hereby proclaim April 24th as National County Government Month and encourage all county officials, employees, schools, and residents to participate in government celebration activities.
Thank you for reading the proclamation. Supervisor Horstman?
At this point, I'm sure we probably want to make some comments, and we may hear about some special events, but I would go ahead and move the proclamation and designating April 2024 as National County Government Month. I'd move that motion forward.
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Oppose? Abstain? Motion carries.
Thank you so much for reading the proclamation. Well done. And in classic Coconino County fashion, we will have an email coming out shortly with a listing of events that we can participate in. Melissa Randazza will be sending that out. And so thank you for celebrating County Government Month, the backbone of rural democracy. Thank you.
If I can just make a couple comments, and I'm sure other people do as well. You know, local government, it's where it's at. We in local government have a direct relationship to the communities we serve, and the decisions and the services that we provide certainly have a direct relationship, a daily impact on the lives of our residents here in Coconino County. And it's a good time. You know, we just talked about Paul Babbitt Jr. and the effect that he had on building our community and building our county. And, you know, this is just kind of a continuation of that. National County Government Month is important for us to acknowledge what we as a community are able to build and the services we're able to provide. And I also think this is a time we want to thank every single person here who works here for Coconino County. Quite frankly, the services and the job you do and the public outreach you give is what helps to build our community and make our community the great community that it is. So a big thank you to everyone working here in Coconino County. This is a good time for us to reflect on what we do and working together, and to thank you for the great work you've done. So a big thank you to everyone, and I can hardly wait for that memo to come out with all the events. So we'll look forward to it. So thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Horstman. Supervisor Vasquez?
Yes, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I appreciate this resolution and thank you all county employees in Coconino County that provide governance to our county. It's such important work, and it's so important that we educate the public on what we do, because I think sometimes people don't realize the scope of what county government does. And so it's really important to educate the community and celebrate, because all county employees work hard to service their community. And so it's appropriate that we celebrate all those efforts among all our staff. So again, thank you everyone who's involved in bringing this resolution, and thank you all Coconino County employees and government staff, because you are what make Coconino County great. Thank you.
Chair Hess?
I'll go
Vice
real
Chair.
quick. Thank you.
Supervisor Hess?
Promoted me almost. Thank you, Vice Chair. Real quick, I didn't know there was 3,069 counties in this great nation of ours, and we're the second largest. That's something to be so cool and proud of. But we still have that small vibe where everyone is here for the same reason and everyone cares about each other, and that you just can't get that anywhere else in the country. I've looked, but you said it very well, Supervisor Horstman. I can't say anything better than you did. Thank you for your words, and you too, Chair Vasquez. You guys said everything I could say, and I'm just very proud to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Hess. I just want to say thank you for bringing this forward for us for consideration. And it's a great honor to do so as a board. And as always, we're here for our staff, and everybody's here for one another. And we have a lot of work that we do day in and day out, and it's greatly appreciated by everyone in the department. So thank you, and looking forward to the activities that will be going on. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Vice Chair Begay. And also to note, we will on social media be highlighting departments and the services that are provided. So we're looking forward to that notoriety as well.
Thank you, Mr. Burleson. We have another item here, item 3, consideration and possible action to approve a proclamation designating April 24th as Earth Month in Coconino County.
Thank you, Vice Chair Begay, and it's my pleasure to introduce Amanda Atchison, who you were just with last week for the Sustainable Building Awards. So thank you, Amanda, for reading this proclamation.
Thank you, Deputy County Manager, and good evening, Vice Chair, members of the board. It's a pleasure and honor to be here with you all today, or this evening, I should say. And reading this Earth Day proclamation, and it's my first time actually reading it by myself. We've typically done it as a green team or with different departments. So I just want to say that this proclamation was made by many people, and not just one. All right. So whereas Coconino County represents and celebrates the county's vast and endless beauty, home to many cultures, and commits to protecting and caring for our environment, including providing services that are sensitive to the needs of all citizens in our changing world. And whereas Coconino County recognizes that the global community now faces extraordinary challenges such as global health issues, food and water shortages, environmental degradation, and economic struggles, and identifies impacts from climate change as a major contributor to the increasing intensity of these challenges, and as such, the biggest challenge to the future of humanity and the life support systems that make our world habitable. And Coconino County asserts that all people, regardless of race, gender, income, or geography, have the right to a healthy, sustainable community with equitable opportunities for prosperity. And whereas Coconino County acknowledges that local and global sustainability cannot be attained without diversity, equity, and inclusion for all. And whereas Coconino County affirms that all that inhabit the earth have the right to a healthy, sustainable environment, and as humans, we are caretakers of the planet and have an obligation to change human behavior that contribute to climate change and environmental degradation and work to preserve the Earth's beauty and its resources. This obligation extends not only to today's caretakers, but also to the future generations of caretakers who will inherit this planet from us. And whereas Coconino County is committed to being good stewards of the county's green spaces, including national, state, and local parks, as well as diverse areas that are sacred to our region's indigenous peoples. These areas enrich the lives of both residents and visitors alike and provide critical ecosystem services. Whereas Coconino County supports projects and supports projects and efforts that increase energy efficiency and conservation, climate change mitigation and adaptation, sustainability, and the use of renewable energy. And whereas Coconino County partners with community members, organizations, schools, businesses, and jurisdictions to increase collaborations across the region, the state, and the nation. Collectively, these efforts increase the prosperity of the planet, our communities, and foster intergenerational participation through local actions and global environmental consciousness. And whereas the county recognizes the benefit of promoting climate change awareness and the effect that even small changes can have on our climate. And now, therefore, be it resolved, the Coconino County Board of Supervisors do hereby proclaim April 2024 as Earth Month in Coconino County. We encourage all county staff and community members to join the county in celebrating the earth, recognizing climate change as a challenge that needs solutions, and choosing actions to combat climate change every day.
Thank you for the reading of the proclamation. Do I have a motion on this?
I
So
so
moved.
move. Oh, no, we got it.
And Supervisor Hess? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 Oppose? Abstain? Motion carries.
Comments?
Now we go to comments. Supervisor Horstman.
And I'm sure you're going to talk about some of the Earth Day events that are taking place and that the county will be involved in. So I won't go there. And I think I mentioned this before. It doesn't seem so long ago, but I remember the first Earth Day when I was in high school, and it was a huge event in this country. I think almost every high school, including my high school, was involved in Earth Day activities. It was really the first time that there was discussion about environment and the need to protect our environment. And it really started the environmental movement that we all are part of today. And because of the activities that happened and the support from the very first Earth Day, it created the Environmental Protection Agency, which we kind of think is just a part of our government and has been there forever, which of course, was not the case, but it certainly did start it. And really, since that time moving forward, we now take a look at the need for all of us to be involved and be active on combating climate change and to take responsibility for our Earth globally. And, you know, there is no planet B. It's us, and it's now, and it's here, and we're all responsible for it. So I appreciate you reading the proclamation. I appreciate your activities here in Coconino County and bringing things such as sustainability and sustainable building programs to our attention. It's so important for us. And I know as we move forward, we're going to also talk about electrifying our fleet and dealing with the challenges that living in the second largest county geographically in the country with so much rural areas, you know, what that presents in terms of trying to bring an electric fleet forward. But we don't give up, and we are all responsible for making this happen. So thank you, and I look forward to some of the events I know you're going to talk about. So thanks.
Supervisor Vasquez?
Yes, thank you. Earth Day is always one of my favorite events, considering I was born on Earth Day. And so not on the actual first birthday, or 1970, but a little later afterwards. But I was born on Earth Day.
That's
so...
too bad, Geronimo.
But I really appreciate how we as a county have embraced sustainability and the fact that climate change is real and that we have to do something. And recognizing Earth Day or Earth Month and recognizing and putting out education about sustainability is so important because, as was just mentioned, we only have one Earth and we have to be good stewards of this land. And so it's really important that we educate ourselves and others about what we can do to help mitigate some of these factors that climate change has thrust upon us. So thank you for bringing this resolution to us, and I look forward to attending the various events celebrating Earth Day. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Vasquez. Supervisor Hess?
Again, thank you. You know, I support you big time on all this, and I really always enjoy how much enthusiasm you bring to the table with everything sustainability. And, you know, I'm glad that you bumped this up to a month. That way it's just not Geronimo Vasquez Day. So keep it up, keep up the hard work, and really appreciate it. I'm looking forward to finding out what we can attend, and we'll be going to as much as I can. Really, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. I thought Geronimo said his birthday was in July.
Every month is his birthday.
Okay.
Hey, no fair. Just because I'm not there doesn't mean I get to be joked on. Everybody's got jokes tonight. I see how it is.
Yeah, so I just want to say thank you again for bringing this proclamation to us, and certainly we all need to take care of the environment, and we should all worry about the environment because of all the struggles that we're going through right now, you know, with our ecosystems and, you know, the food, water shortages, everything that's going on, you know, we need to do something about it. So I just want to say that we need to really educate one another on this and help, and then to help with everyone helping to take care of our environment. So I just want to say thank you so much. It means a lot, and the proclamation is very detailed, and it's just said exactly what needs to be done and what's going on here. So thank you so much. Thank you.
Light of some of thank you, of a few of our upcoming events, we are going to be busy. So on Saturday, April 20th is the Community Earth Day celebration, and we will have a couple booths there. Brian will be there, and the sustainability team will be there. It is at Bushmaster. Did I already say that? A city-hosted event that we partner on, and it is from 11 to 2. They have food trucks, entertainment, and lots of great information and resources. And the following day, we will be at uh, uh, Yellowman Supervisor. Yeah, Yellowman Park. Thank you. Louise Yellowman. She was a supervisor when I first started. So Friends of County Parks is hosting a Earth Day event there, and we are also partnering on that and participating and strongly encouraging folks to come out and celebrate our county parks and Earth Day. That is on Sunday. Monday is the actual, no, Tuesday, the 22nd. On Tuesday, the 22nd, there's 3 different Earth Day service projects organized. There's one being organized in the Loop community with Supervisor Big A's support and district support. We are also having a service project with Terror Birds at Killip School and helping with their gardens and student projects there. And then we're also coordinating a service project in the Williams area with the Forest Service, and strongly encourage our colleagues to come out and be a part of positive change and action. Thank you.
Vice Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank
Brown.
you. I appreciate that. Amanda, can you tell us where, if folks are watching on the Zoom or on the YouTube, where they can find these events listed on the website?
Thank you, Deputy County Manager Brown. They can find this information on the Maine County's website and Maine calendar. So we will have these listed through our communications team on the county's Maine coconino.az.gov and our community calendar listed on the page there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you
Thank
again.
you.
Okay, we are at the consent agenda now. All matters under consent agenda are considered to be routine and will be enacted by a single motion. Are there any items that the board members want to consider separately? Yes, if I may, Vice Chair, I would like to separate from the agenda for individual discussion, item 6.
No. Thank you. I'd like to separate from the consent agenda items 6, 8, and 13.
Are there any other items to be? No?
I would at this time move, Vice Chair, that we accept the consent agenda, items 4 through 17, exclusive of 6, 8, and 13.
A second.
Second by Supervisor Hess. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Oppose? Abstain? Motion carries. We can go back to item number 6. Consideration and possible action to appoint John Gorges to the Industrial Development Authority Board of Directors for a 6-year term expiring April 9th, 2030. Supervisor.
And I actually had this removed to have a little discussion and some information. And this is primarily for the public to let them know about what the Industrial Development Authority Board of Directors does for Coconino County, number 1, and number 2, just informing the public of a new appointment to the IDA. Is there somebody that can talk about that?
Andy?
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Horseman, members of the board. This is an appointment to the Industrial Development Authority Board. This board is actually staffed through the Mangamall Stoops and Warden Attorney's Office. It is a development board of Coconino County, serving in that capacity. And all counties have this development board. And so with this vacancy, staff recommendation is the appointment of John Gorgeous to this board. I was just looking to see if John was on this meeting. I don't believe he is for that recognition, but this is a recommendation for that appointment.
If I may just add to it again, just for information for the public, the IDA board is set by statute, and it allows the counties to set forth an IDA board to issue tax-free bonds and loans, and and other proceeds for commercial activities. And some of those, for example, include healthcare institution, residential, real property for dwelling units within the county, industrial park facilities, et cetera, et cetera. So they're community purpose items where the IDA board, somebody can apply to get these tax-free bonds and loans. So it's important to help, quite frankly, build out communities and for important community projects that help the whole county. So it's an important position, and it's great. George is not, I guess, John Georges, is that how you pronounce it? I'm sorry he is not with us today. Congratulations for hopefully the appointment that's going to come in a minute. And number two, thank you very much for your service to Coconino County and to the IDA. And with that, Vice Chair, I would entertain a motion to appoint John Georges to the Industrial Development Board of Directors for a 6-year term expiring April 9th, 2030.
We have a second?
I'll second that.
Has seconds the motion. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Oppose?
Aye.
Abstain? Motion carries. Next item, item number 8.
And if I may, Vice Chair, the reason that I asked this to be separated, normally this is just a pro forma where the various two major parties provide names of appointments for precinct committee people. The reason that I removed this, as you may note in number 8, one of those precinct committee people who is moving his precinct and is being appointed to a new precinct is Geronimo Vasquez. So I believe that the chair probably needs to make a formal recusal for the record and before we proceed with this item.
Yes, I'd like to recuse myself from the vote on this item. Thank you.
Thank you.
And with that, is I would go ahead and move that, take the action for the Democratic Precinct Committee appointments and adjustments as set forth in the agenda.
Second,
Second.
Supervisor has seconds. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Oppose? Abstain? Motion carries. Next item, number 13.
Yes, and I asked for this to be removed as well. Is Saylor Cowdell on?
Supervisor Horseman, Saylor was on today during the meeting, and I do not see Saylor on this evening. And so,
Okay, and I don't know, I
Yeah.
see that my district director has left us, but and the reason I'm saying that is I don't know if you can give her a call and see if we give them a call to see if we missed something with Saylor. So Cindy, if you can please see if you can call Saylor and see if Saylor wanted to be on. Otherwise,
and Supervisor Horseman, sorry to interrupt. I did want to note also Cynthia Nemeth, our Parks and Recreation
I
Director,
see
is
that
here
she's here.
in support of the appointment.
All
So
right.
thank you.
All right, good, thanks. Hi, Cynthia, good to see you. You want to come up and talk to us a little bit about Saylor, and then I'll say a couple words about Saylor.
also a former Parks and Recreation commissioner, was their mentor. And so it's just lovely to kind of see the progression, the mentorship that a former commissioner had on now a new commissioner. So we're really excited to have her part of this very passionate board. And what the Parks and Recreation Commission does for the county is that they are an advisory arm to each of the Board of Supervisors. Each supervisor has 2 opportunities to appoint a member of the public, and they're there to advise you on matters of Parks and Recreation policy, on fees, and things of that nature.
Thank you. And if I may, Vice Chair.
Yeah, go ahead.
And Daniel Heil was the Park and Rec Commissioner, and he things came up for him and he's traveling, and so he resigned his position. And so it's my great pleasure to add Sailor Caudill to the Parks and Recreation representing District Number 1. And you're exactly right. I know that Sailor is going to do a superb job on Parks and Rec. I know this is Sailor's passion, open spaces and park and recreation, outdoor recreation. And as you've already pointed out, Sailor's mentor, longtime Park and Rec director, and the state, I think, as well, wasn't she, as well as the commissioner here, Pam Fody. And I know Sailor always considered Pam a mentor to Sailor, and so great that Sailor is able to take the position now for Pam on the commission. And I want to thank Sailor for agreeing to step up. They are really a big part of making our Parks and Recreation a great place. So Sailor, thank you so much for stepping up and taking this on. Really appreciate that. And with that, I would make a motion that we appoint Sailor Caudill, District 1, to the Coconino County Parks and Recreation Commission for a term commencing April 9th, 2024 through April 8th, 2027, with no financial obligation from the county. That's new. I've never seen that before. But anyway, that's my motion, Madam Vice Chair.
There's a second.
I'll second.
Okay, Supervisor Hess, second the motion. All in favor, say aye.
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 Oppose? Abstain? Motion carries.
And I do want to thank Daniel Heil for his work on the commission. And Daniel also took leadership role on Parks and Recreation Commission. So we wish him well and very glad Sailor is stepping up. So thank you.
Okay, moving on. We're still on the consent agenda, and we do have, may I have a motion to resolve as a Health District Board of Directors?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, so Supervisor Horseman, motions, second by Supervisor Hess. Okay.
All those in favor?
All vote, yeah, all those in favor say aye.
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 Oppose? Abstain? Motion carries. Okay, all matters under the Health District consent agenda are considered to be routine and will be enacted by a single motion. Are there any items that the board members want to consider separately?
There
Okay,
aren't.
may I have a motion to approve the Health District consent agenda, items 18, 19, 20, and 21?
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and there's a second. All in favor say aye.
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 Oppose? Abstain? Motion carried. May I have a motion to resolve as a Board of Supervisors?
Second.
Okay, motion made by Supervisor Horseman, seconded by Supervisor Hess. All in favor say aye.
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 Oppose?
Aye.
Abstain? I'm aye. May I have a motion to resolve as Jail District Board of Directors?
So moved.
Second.
A motion made by Supervisor Horseman, seconded by Supervisor Hess. Okay,
All those in favor?
all those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstain? Motion carried. Okay, we have all matters under the jail district consent agenda are considered to be routine and will be enacted by a single motion. Are there any items that board members want to consider separately? Okay, may I have a motion to approve the jail district consent agenda?
So
items?
moved.
Okay, all in
Second.
favor? Okay, all in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Opposed? Abstain? Motion carries. Oh, may I have, may, may I have a motion to resolve as Board of Supervisors?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, Supervisor Hess, motion, second by Miss Supervisor Horseman. Okay, the next item is a public hearing. We will have the staff present, the applicant present, and then
Vice
I
Chair,
will.
I apologize, but you'll need to vote on that last one.
We did. Oh, okay, all in favor, say
Aye.
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 Oppose? Abstain? Motion carries. Okay, now you lost me. Okay. Okay, now, the next item is a public hearing. We will have staff present, the applicant present, then I will ask for comments from the public. At that time, Clerk Daly will provide instructions on how to provide comments in person and virtually. First, we will start with the staff presentation.
Thank you, Vice Chair Begay, members of the board. I will introduce Jay Crystalman, our Community Development Director, this evening to discuss this zone change proposal. Also, we have the applicant online as well, and if the applicant needs to address the board at some point, will need to be promoted to panelists. So with that, we'll turn it to Jay.
Thank you, Andy. Madam Vice Chair and Supervisors of the Board, good evening. Jay Crystalman, Community Development Director for Coconino County. As stated, the property owner, Terra Rogue LLC out of Flagstaff, Arizona, Mr. David Harton, is on with us this evening. The location of this zone change proposal is the north side of Highway I-40, excuse me, about a half a mile west of Pittman Valley. The current zoning is G, which is general zone, 10-acre minimum. The parcel size is 17.25 acres. Excuse me. The request for the zone change this evening is from G, general 10-acre minimum, to agricultural residential 4-acre minimum parcel size. And the parcel is 17.25 acres. So that would leave about 4.25 acres per parcel. 4 parcels are being proposed. Here is the subject property. You can see the proximity to parks. Here is the parcel viewer map. You can see that the parks area plan boundary is about in line with that G zone parcel to the southeast. So this subject parcel is not located within the area plan. They're just single family dwellings, so it wouldn't matter anyways, but just wanted to point that out. Here is a blow up of the subject parcel, 17.25 acres. You can see that Deer Farm Road is actually located within an easement going through the south end of that parcel. Here's a picture from roughly the center of the parcel looking vaguely northeast into the forested area. Here's a survey instrument for the current layout of the parcel. You can see that easement I was describing down in that southern end of the parcel that Deer Farm Road is located within. Here's a site plan of what the 4 parcels would look like once the zone change, if the zone change is approved and it was developed. Again, it's about 4.25 acres for each one of those parcels. AR4, again, is agricultural residential, 4-acre minimum parcel size. The citizen participation plan that was held back in August this past year, property owners within 1,200 feet of the property were notified of the zone change request. 10 property owners did attend that meeting, with 4 providing comments. The applicant reports that roughly half of those attendees favored the project with no concerns. The ones that the property owners who did express concern were related to drainage and runoff, particularly on Deer Farm Road, traffic, again on Deer Farm Road, APS access, increased taxes, and prairie dogs displaced by the project. So staff analysis that some of these concerns from the property owners were based on the misconception that this was an actual subdivision application and not a lot split from 1G to 4 AR4 acre parcels. The concerns about the drainage on Deer Farm and the misconception that taxes could be increased with additional maintenance associated with Deer Farm Road. That's not the case with just 3 additional parcels. Now, the large parcel size would preclude significant impacts to prairie dogs. As a matter of fact, the county does have on staff a urban wildlife planner who visited the site and found negligible evidence of prairie dog colony. APS access, of course, would be allowed so the property owners could have power to the individual properties. And traffic would be minimal for just 3 additional parcels coming from 1G zone parcel. And it would be immeasurable increase to the average daily trip traffic. Any questions before I proceed? Going through this pretty quickly.
Yes, if I could. So I did note from the folks that attended the public meeting that there were some concerns from property owners in the general area about drainage. Can you, and I know there's a blanket statement that there's no concern, so I'm just asking, why isn't there a concern?
Sure, Madam Vice Chair and Supervisor Horstman, I'll go back to the picture of the site so you can see kind of what it looks like. It's very gently sloping from north to south. There's no current drainage issues in the overall vicinity of the area. So staff engineering analysis indicated that there wouldn't be that impact to negative drainage runoff.
What you're saying is the engineering review of this does not show that putting 4 different residential homes on these in this area is going to cause a drainage problem. Is that the decision, or is that the impression that has come from engineering on this?
Madam Vice Chair and Supervisor Horstman, that is correct. Each individual property, if they graded in excess of 50 cubic yards, would require a grading permit, and drainage impacts would be analyzed through that as well. So there's a 2-step method to identifying drainage impacts. Of course, that's all right. Where was it? Any other questions on this particular side before I proceed? So the findings for a zone change is that the request is consistent with the goals, objectives, policies of the comprehensive plan and this ordinance, meaning the zoning ordinance, that the change will not be detrimental to the public health, safety, comfort, convenience, and welfare of the community, that the change will not adversely affect the established character of the surrounding neighborhood, nor be detrimental to adjacent properties. Staff analysis, as well as the Planning and Zoning Commission, that the zone change will provide additional valuable housing consistent with the comprehensive plan. The additional 3 parcels will not be detrimental to public health, safety, comfort, convenience, or welfare. And the resulting large lot parcels will not adversely affect the character of the surrounding neighborhood. Go back to the original parcel map so you can see sort of what the neighboring parcels look like. There's a number of G parcels directly to the west are AR2 acre. They're AR2. And then the Deer Farm is actually nearly adjacent to the east in that CH 10,000 parcel north of the interstate. And with that, the Planning and Zoning Commission does forward a unanimous recommendation of approval of zone change request 23-002 to the Board of Supervisors. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Chris, for making the doing the presentation. I'll go ahead and offer the applicant, Mr. Harton.
Mr. David Harden, yes.
Yeah, is he on the line?
Mr. Hartman is on as a panelist. If Mr. Harton, if you would like to just unmute, you can go ahead and speak. You will just need to hit unmute on your computer. It's the microphone down towards the bottom left.
Okay.
There you
Yeah.
go.
Can you hear us now?
We can hear you.
Oh, good. If you have any questions, I could start with that. And otherwise, I'll tell you my dream of this. That's, okay. If I may, I'll start. I'm kind of looking at affordable housing. As an ex-architect, I was always involved with huge projects that I didn't understand why should we build them. I had the opportunity to develop in Chicago area the last 10 acres of farmland, and I refused. And if I may say something that might offend people, my comment was, we are raping the land, and I walked away without developing it. And after that, short time later, I came to Arizona. And I still believe that we should respect the earth itself and do whatever would be compatible, serving the people and serving the land itself. That's really my philosophy. Have I built expensive homes? A couple times, but I prefer affordable housing. My first house was cheaper than any car you can buy today. Okay, so I know what it costs today in housing. So I'd like to do as a finale, what project? It would be something that I'd be proud of later on. That's really the way I perceive it. Any comments, any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Harden.
Yeah.
For your comments, and I would like to ask any of the supervisors if they have any questions.
Okay.
Supervisor Hess?
No, I'd like to make a motion to approve.
It's a public hearing.
Okay, sorry. No, I don't have any questions. I think it's going to be something that we talked about a while ago. It's something that the land's not being used right now, and it can definitely be utilized. It's not going to have an impact like a lot of traffic and the runoff from having a lot of roads. So I don't see an issue with this.
Supervisor Vasquez?
No questions at this time. It seems like this fits all the areas to get the recommendation, so I'm okay with moving forward. Thank you.
Supervisor Horstman?
I have no questions at this time. I'm ready to proceed with the public hearing.
Thank you. I also, it's gone through the process, and I feel that, that everything that's there is needed to, to make us do a approval at this time for the ask. So, but anyway, now that we'll go ahead and open the public hearing. We will now take comments. When you are called to speak, announce your name and place of residence. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to speak. Please make sure that your comments are directed to the topic. Clerk Daly, please explain how those here in person and those present virtually can provide public comments.
Thank you, Vice Chair Begay. At this time, if there is anyone that would like to provide a comment on this public hearing, item number 24, you can fill out an orange card provided at the door on the table there if you're here in person. Looks like we don't have anyone here in person tonight. If you've joined us virtually, you can hit the raise hand icon that will appear if you hover towards the bottom of your screen. It looks like a hand. If you click on that, that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. If you've joined us by telephone, you can hit *9, and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. And at this time, Vice Chair Begay, we do not have any hands raised. Looks like those in the virtual world are county staff. And I do not have any emails in our inbox for public comment as well, and no orange comment cards.
Thank you, Ms. Daly. I probably give it another minute.
Okay.
Vice Chair and Supervisors. Keith is here. He's the only one stuck around. Maybe he want to provide a comment.
I want to hear from him.
And there are no hands raised, Vice Chair Begay.
Thank you, Clerk Daly. I'm now closing the public hearing. Supervisors, are there any questions or comments again at this time? Supervisor Horstman.
I'll make just some findings on this. First of all, I'm going to note that I have not received in my email, and I understand from our clerk, we have not received any emails or letters one way or the other with regards to this. The only thing I've seen are the comments from the public meeting. I will note that there are certain findings that need to be made. I will say I can make these findings for the zoning change from G10 to AR4. And what I find meeting those findings is that the change that's being recommended by community development, sorry about that, is consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the comprehensive plan and ordinance. As noted noted in our packets is that these housing choices and dividing this up into 4 parcels for residential housing is consistent with our comprehensive plan and ordinance. I also find that it is not detrimental to the public health, safety, comfort, convenience, and welfare of the surrounding property and the property owners in that area. It is a low-density zoning, which is consistent with the local area. And really adding 3 more parcels for a total of 4 parcels is not going to adversely affect or be a detriment to the public health, safety, or comfort. I don't see that it does cause any kind of traffic problem. We aren't talking about a huge development at all. And so I do believe that the second standard for a zoning change has been met. And the third is that the change will not adversely affect the established character of the surrounding neighborhood and not detrimental to the adjacent properties. And again, it's what I indicated before. It is a large parcel that's being divided into smaller parcels, but they still maintain a very a low density and rural feel that is exactly what that neighborhood is all about. So for myself, I do find that all of the criteria necessary for the zoning change pursuant to our zoning ordinance have been met.
Any other comments by the board? Supervisor Vasquez?
No, I see that all the necessary requirements for the zone change have been met, and I'm good to move forward. And unless anybody else wants to, I'm willing to put a motion to pass the zone change.
I think it's in District 3, so we may want to have District 3 make that motion.
In that case, I second Supervisor Hess's motion.
Thank you. I make a motion to pass this. It makes sense to me, and it's going to make it usable land. So thank you.
The motion here is to adopt ordinance 2024-03, approving a zone change from the general 10-acre minimum parcel size zone to the agricultural residential 4-acre minimum parcel size zone on a 17.25-acre parcel north of Deer Farm Road and I-40 and west of Parks. The property is located at 6617 East Deer Farm Road and is further identified as parcel number 203-14-03E. The applicant is David Harton of Flagstaff. So there's a motion and there's a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Oppose? Abstain? Motion carries. We're on item number 25, discussion and update regarding state and federal legislative and or administrative matters.
Thank you, Vice Chair Begay. This is Andy Bertelson, Deputy County Manager, and to quote Jay Christelman, Keith is here. So Keith will give us a brief update on legislative matters.
Judging by the crowd, I guess people knew I was going to speak tonight since we have such capacity here. But I will be very quick on the matters, I think. In terms of federal, it's of note that we did submit our 4 congressionally directed spending projects from the county to the Senate offices last Friday. So those are all in the hopper to be reviewed or whatever to go through their process. So just as a reminder, those are the Joint Facility for Emergency Management Flood Control District, and EOC is the first project. The second one is the Coconino County Tribal Nations Service Center. And we have the medical examiners equipment upgrades, and then an IT project for digitalization. So those are the 4 projects we submitted. The sheriff's office has also submitted separately a 5th project, which is for interoperational communication across the county. So if we're really lucky, we'll be 5 for 5, but we're usually told that even getting 1 project funded is good, but we've exceeded that the last few times, so we've started to expect more. The other thing I'll mention is the county did get the Protect Grant Award for 15.6 million for the drainage on US Highway 89. Thank you not only to the county, but also to the Flood Control District and to the people on Metro Plan. It's a cooperative effort by a bunch of people to get that done, but that's a really big deal and could do some improvements to keep that highway open if we get some monsoon rains. I mean, provided that, it'll take a while to put everything on the ground, but that's moving forward. At the state level, a few things going on. We did get, the governor signed the military installation protecting them from encroachment bill. So it's the first time we've had a governor sign sort of a Coconino County bill in quite a few years. So we're really excited about that. And they did also signed in the bill that the assessor was putting forward to deal with people who have their property that gets lost in a disaster. There was a loophole there that they were actually getting taxed worse than the value. The way it was assessed was weird. So the assessor caught that, and that bill went forward and passed easily. So we have a couple wins there at the governor's office. I don't think I have too much more. I'd probably be remiss in not at least acknowledging that the Arizona Supreme Court today made a ruling that'll be very consequential, and I think things could come up from that. I won't comment any further on that, but I think we're aware that that's out there and certainly will have an impact on the people of Arizona. And otherwise, I will stop unless people have questions.
Okay, any questions for? Okay.
I have a whole bunch of questions. How long do you have?
Well, Geronimo's out on the East Coast, so I have 2 hours, but he might want to stop at
Let's
an
see if
hour
we
and a half.
Keep him up all night long. No, I don't have any, but thank
Oh,
you
we'll
for
keep it
that.
back past 11:30. No,
Thank you for
good.
that update and
Thank you.
really wonderful news on the Protect grant. Really wonderful.
And the military bill, yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, that would be us, yes. And so we would like just to give a few updates on the planning calendar. And with that, so we just had our public hearing on the Deer Park, as well as budget presentations today from our criminal justice groups. Next Tuesday, the 16th, will be also dedicated to budget presentations as well. With the and then on the planning calendar, April 18th, Medium County Caucus meeting, as well as Board of Directors meeting with our County Supervisors Association. And then next Friday, April 19th, is a Friday all-day retreat with our Board of Supervisors. On the 20th, the following day, as Amanda Atchison had noted, is our Earth Day celebration at Bushmaster Park from 11 to 2. That is posted for a quorum, as well as the Roosevelt Kennedy Gala that evening at 5:30 p.m. at NAU. April 23rd, it's a big meeting, several proclamations, and we do have the state auditor's presentation. That is time certain at 9 o'clock. We're very happy that this is on time and looking forward to that presentation. And then following, we have a presentation of the wildfire crisis in Coconino County. As you know, that's been a series that we've had with our flood control district. With this one, we will be receiving a City of Flagstaff presentation on the Rio de Flag project. So we're excited for that opportunity to collaborate with the City of Flagstaff and hear that presentation from them, as well as wildfire season prep presentation. I know Lucinda has invited Matt McGrath from the Forest Service, and Wes Deason is on board as well, working with partners on that. And then in the afternoon, we have a budget retreat starting at noon, and that's scheduled for a 5-hour retreat, noon to 5. Thank you, working lunch. So 12 to 5, and that is 23rd, April 23rd. So 2 weeks from today.
If you ate one, but take.
You have, correct. So it is a board meeting all day. So from 9 to noon, board meeting, and then working lunch starting at noon, board retreat through 5 p.m. Do we have that right, Lindsay?
Starts at 8 a.m.
Oh, the meeting starts at 8 a.m.
At April 23rd.
Yeah, so block the entire day on the 23rd, 2 weeks. Correct. And then, and we'll stop after this announcement, April 26th, that Friday, 10 a.m. Board of Supervisors special session meeting for budget. And we do have a note on here, Supervisor Horseman, that you have a meeting from 1 to 2 that day. So we'll plan with that. And then that evening on the 26th, pallet to pallet at Coconino Community College, in which we'll have a quorum posting. So a full April into May, and then we'll have the, as you had noted, the WIR. There's a conference for Western Interstate Region for the National Association of Counties, the week of May 8th. Thank you. Yeah, the week of May 6th. And then Coconino Community College graduation on May 13th. From 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. So with that, we'll stop with April into May of the planning calendar. And if there are any questions, please let us know.
Thank you. Okay. County manager item number 27, discussion update from the county manager regarding possible community, regional, and administrative areas.
I believe we have highlighted that with the planning calendar. If you have any
Okay.
questions with that, please let us know. And that concludes our county manager's office presentation.
Thank you. And item number 8 is a roundtable discussion. I just want to forego this unless if any of the board members want to bring up something that is something they want to bring to the board right now.
I guess not.
Supervisor Vasquez?
I'm good. I guess the only announcement is I'm in Washington, D.C. doing some advocacy work on the behalf of Echo, and we'll be here till Thursday. And I'll have a report on how it went when I get back. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Meeting adjourned.